Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen, Church of Entropy. Happy to be here this 8th of January 2023. Looking forward to what is sure to be an interesting time discussing what has happened in the last 7 days. Over to you, Doovid, for the introductions. Thanks again for being here with us this evening.
Okay, great. Hope everyone had a good week and God bless. And so I just shared this on my social media. So a few interesting things to share this week. So let me just get right to it. So first off, I created Doooovid.com. I got it done, or just show part of the precipice catalyst for doing that was the end of review. So I'm no longer on Leechess, and next week, the week after next week, Twitter will be ending the review blog service, and it wasn't that good in the first place. But anything that you had on the Twitter blog service will be deleted. So hopefully, we'll look at Doovid.com, but it's just Doovid.com should work. I use GoDaddy and put up some pictures. It has my link to Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Some pictures, a little about me, and then my blog. So that's it for now. We'll see if I add more to it in the next few months. I also purchased StreamYards, a yearly StreamYards subscription. So we'll see how that goes. So let me just show some of these links. This was a little bit interesting. What went wrong with gaming? I'd never seen this channel before. Josh Strife Hayes, and he basically says the value proposition for game makers changed in a way that games are not as good as they used to be, because it used to be that the most profit came from making the best games, as opposed to now the profit model is no longer where you sell the game, but where you sell add-ons to the game. And that includes, like, I was talking last week about expertise and kind of like chess, and you have ratings, or your video games and you have points. And so one thing, as opposed to just having a game and then a few years there'll be a new version, you got to update it, that they have add-ins. And also you can just kind of like buy points. So if you have like levels or ranks or add-ons that could for a lot of the these new like role-playing type popular games or military type games, where instead of going through the game and so to say earning it, you could just buy it. And that has added to the profitability of games, where almost all gamers are now using this model of um, selling add-ins or various things, and various things about gameplay. But I found this a little bit interesting, and then I saw he also had on his channel about like vertical versus horizontal gaming, where vertical means where your character becomes stronger and has more power, versus like horizontal, where there's just more things to explore, and the vertical nature of the competitiveness of it, where like, it used to be you played a game by yourself and you beat it, or maybe it was two player. Like when I was young, like we would go over to each other's houses and play video games. And when I was in university,
What kind of games are those?
well, I mean, going back even like to the original Nintendo Super Mario Brothers, but like John Madden's football, two-player games where you actually had to have a friend there with you, or a family member, and the game console came with two joysticks before the internet. And then when the internet came, we had computer games like Command and Conquer, Age of Empires, Civilization, where you could play like four players. And then later you had networks. So in university, Stony Brook, they had the network set up where people were playing like these shooter games, basically against the other player in the dormitory, to adding it to the World Wide Web. But with the global video game system, it increases the incentive for the profit model of there being a whole bunch of players in the game, and you could just buy better stuff. So if you want to beat other players, um, there might be some level like where you could earn it, but the games offer where you could just buy it, and then so if it's a competitive gaming, and other players are beating you because they bought something, um, so the majority of the profit center in games now comes from these add-ins that they sell to the players. So it changed the nature of gaming, and I haven't really gamed since like the global games, and then maybe also the character of streaming, where like I showed a few videos over the last few years, not many, of like okay, like Super Mario Brothers, Tetris, Mike Tyson's Punch Out, where you could get the highest score in the least amount of time and like take a video and post it. As now where like everybody's on some central server or some computer generated world playing against each other, and you could see the other players in your own game, and you could like the chess server, you could click on their profile and see their rating, and um, but has changed the model for the games where they sell add-ins or they sell power-ups, and so it's changed the nature of gaming. I think most people in the gaming community, which I'm not in the gaming community, um, say that it's made it worse. So it was interesting. Um, Jennifer was just sharing this video from Tech Lead, and he was critiquing Chat GPT. You can see he's got the Elon Musk quote where OpenAI started as open source, non for profit, and now it is for profit. And you're just saying that it's overestimated the power, the ability, what it could actually do, and gives a nice overview. Jennifer actually shared that. Um, I have more stuff on Chat GPT, but I saw this. Um, Another interesting thing he had was like a takedown of Lex Friedman, and I guess Lex Friedman insulted him, put him on his thing with CoffeeZilla, and claimed him of being a grifter, and so he's firing back at Lex Friedman, saying, "What do you mean you're a grifter? Like he actually went to MIT, he actually worked for Google and Facebook for years." As where Lex Friedman isn't really MIT alumni, he's Drexel, and question his credentials. He's just really a streamer, and so he got some defense, some beef that Friedman attacked him, and he attacked him back, which interesting here. So the same guy who did the video on Joe Rogan, Leather Apron Society, Leather Apron Club, um, did the same analysis of Lex Friedman, and he actually has a public Google chart, and the data's pretty dominant of um, at least in politics, like 80% of his guests about politics are Jewish over the board. But besides for the question of overrepresentation of Jews, just looking at how he started out. So I'm saying Lex Friedman wasn't necessarily like some huge MIT researcher. So Leather Apron claims that what Lex Friedman did was basically bank on his MIT position, where he was just a researcher, and really he's just been a streamer for like over a decade, and the Tech Lead was pointing out that Lex Friedman doesn't really even have that many accomplishments, um, but mentioned he got quite a few big guests right at the beginning. Max Tegmark, Christopher Cox, Steven Pinker, um, uh, Yashua Bengio, Vladimir Vapnik, Eric Schmidt, Elon Musk, right in his first 20 shows. Like he had Elon Musk and Eric Schmidt and Steven Pinker. So however he did it to create himself, being one of the I guess the big streamers where he got some of the big names, and then from there he was able to pivot to keep on getting the big names to where he's one of the bigger names in streaming, and certainly starting out with some really big names, and so Leather Aprons claims that he was really just able to pivot from his MIT position, and then showing that God forbid if he wants to say nepotism or whatever, or is he really counter, or what's he showing? Um, and then Leather Apron had another interesting video I watched about ancient Greece and the question of the conventional understanding that homosexuality was rampant in ancient Greece. And so he questions the historical veracity of that claim. Um, Active Inference had like their year in review, which Doooovid did not do a year in review this year. And he went over all their live streams. So it was pretty interesting. I watched almost all of them. Here's another channel, I guess, teaming up with Esoterica, and he's looking at the Neoplatonist history of Kabbalah, and the question, the overlap, the origin, what comes first, the historical method. It's a little interesting, like hagiography here. This is a character read by Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. Doooovid did a stream on his Path of the Just. So this is like a CUNY graduate research on like the history versus the hagiography, comparing the actual biography, because his book is one of the most studied rabbinic texts, and it's most specifically about like saintliness, how to be a saintly character. So it's trying to separate the fact from the myth from the fact, and look at the the biographical data. Here, let me save this. I was looking at an update on Jeffrey Epstein and the Andrew Tate. So I'll go back to that in a minute. Here's a New York Times article about ghostwriting. It's specifically focusing on Prince Harry's new book that was ghostwritten by Moehringer, J.R. Moehringer, who also wrote Phil Knight, I think the former NBA basketball coach and now CEO of Nike, and Agassi, like a famous soccer coach. And so in this case, the new Prince Harry book, his name's not even on the cover. So it's just like it's written by Prince Harry, but it's written by this, we'll call famous ghostwriter, Moehringer. And it mentions, he says, the details about the Prince Harry not known yet, but when he wrote Agassi's biographies, it took he's spent 2 years, and he met with him every day for hours. That Andre Agassi was living in Las Vegas at the time, and he bought a house for his ghostwriter to live in, like a mile away from him, and they met almost daily, sometimes like 6 hours a day for 2 years for him to write the book. And you think like the narrative arc, and there's a lot of soul searching identity work. Doovid's still struggling. Like, I didn't do my Ask the Rabbi last night. I wasn't kind of feeling rabbinic, so I just didn't feel like talking Judaism. I wasn't in the right mindset. But yeah, I mean, Jennifer and her writing, it's very difficult to find a narrative voice, so you just hand it over to somebody who maybe is an expert in writing, or the understanding of the nature of how to do it. But think the level of information where these guys, hundreds of hours that he actually paid for him to live near him for 2 years. He bought him a house, and met for hours a day for months, over and then over a period of 2 years. And Prince Harry's new biography, I guess there's been leaks coming out, but it's not out in English. It was out in Spanish, and that's why there were certain leaks from it. But I guess Prince Harry probably have a hard time, um, uh, finding his own narrative voice. So he just handed it over to an expert, so to say, to create it for him. So you'll see over the next few weeks. Nathan Kaufness wrote his new and supposedly final article on Kevin McDonald. Still no evidence for Jewish group evolutionary strategy. I think you could have said still no evidence for group evolutionary strategy in totality. Because he's been specifically writing a critique in response to Kevin McDonald. But I think really you could have said really there's no evidence for group evolutionary strategy at all. Here's a channel been showing from What If All This? That has a lot of maps. And this one was the relationship between family structure and global identity, and the various types of family structure here, where I guess nuclear, absolute nuclear, equal nuclear, authoritarian, exogamous climb, endogamous climb, flexible, or anomic. And if you can see that the world is semi-divided. In India, it has asymmetric in various types of family structure and how that relates to other factors in society. So I'll come back to this later. Also, I made the chart that we're talking about last week about the nature of science and dualism, and maybe you'll help clarify. Jennifer's has more stuff on her panpsychism, so let me come back to that. Here is Ashish Dalila, long article critiquing criticism of the Mahabharata and maybe the Western Abrahamic approach to history and religion, talking about the theoretical separation between religion and politics, and answering some of the main academic Western criticisms of how Mahabharata's taught. So T-Jump had a few interesting guests. So interesting, this guy David Skirbina, who's been on Adam Green and talked with T-Jump about the Jesus hoax. I guess he wrote a book where he thinks that Jesus unlikely existed at all and is completely made up, even put into like a hoax, and he was a guest on Adam Green also. But he also, I guess, is a panpsychist. So like Adam Green, he's not an atheist like T-Jump. He's just kind of anti-Christian. I guess T-Jump is also anti-Christian. And but Skarbina has panpsychist leanings. So there's an interesting conversation. And then this one was probably more interesting because this guy was actually a neuroscientist and he had correct terminology. And if he called himself like a dualistic monist, and so Mark Solms was, Jennifer was in the chat, so hopefully we'll talk about this one maybe even at length. So Mark Solms was actually on Active Inference also for 2 streams. You can see 4 hours of them, part 1 and 2 on Active Inference, where he's talking about the hard problem of consciousness, and even had his own slides. Oh, actually, maybe he was only on once, and then there were commentators. So Okay, so let me just do a little update on Andrew Tate, God forbid. And yeah, I see some of the interviews, people like, I guess, defending Andrew Tate, and the claim is like, well, Jeffrey Epstein was way worse, and they still haven't went after and prosecuted, all the people involved in Jeffrey Epstein, and like kind of like, well, Jeffrey Epstein was able to get away with it. Why can't Andrew Tate? And so so if people, it hasn't been in the news much, but God forbid, um, there's a huge difference between Andrew Tate and Jeffrey Epstein. Not necessarily saying any value judgment or what's worse, or um, but and both are considered, so to say, God forbid, sex trafficking, um, and neither one appears to be prostitution. And in the case that Jeffrey Epstein was what would appear to be the sole customer of prostitution services. And the worst thing about Jeffrey Epstein is underage girls, God forbid, and that he recruited people in Florida, most specifically, who are underage. But besides that, I mean, God forbid, there's a lot of rape accusations. But Jeffrey Epstein appears to have been the only customer, besides the only woman who claimed that he used the girls for other men was that one woman with the Prince Andrew conspiracy, which your Prince Andrew has paid $16 million to to her in damages, and the charges have went away, and she's also the one who made charges against other people in Dershowitz, which she took back. But none of the other women claim that there was anybody other involved than Jeffrey Epstein. That Jeffrey Epstein himself, God forbid, procured hundreds of prostitutes, trained them. And also in the case that Jeffrey Epstein paid them. All of the people that claim that Jeffrey Epstein paid them, some of them claim that he said he was just going to pay $200 for a massage, and then he ended up, God forbid, raping them. Or the case of the rape, if it was like a groping, or God forbid, masturbating in front of them, was just like a case of perversion. But there's only a handful of actual, God forbid, rape allegations. I mean, God forbid, not, it's all bad, by saying that Jeffrey Epstein has only a handful, probably less than 10 rape accusations. And then most of them are just perversion, that like he claimed he wanted a massage and then he masturbated in front of them. But in that case, a lot of them were underage girls. And just make the difference, Jeffrey Epstein estate has already paid over $100 million to 100 some victims, and they're still suing him for more. So the interesting thing, I was mentioning that it's possible Andrew Tate doesn't really have that much money. It would appear, Epstein, however he made the money, whether he was criminal and how he made the money, it didn't have anything to do with the women. He was just a rich dude who hired prostitutes, as opposed to Andrew Tate, who had different methods. Epstein was willing just to pay. And, the suing against him, most of these women, all of these women, I believe, got paid. So the women, even though they got paid for their services, but, it's still, God forbid, if they were led into thinking it was just going to be massage therapy and ended up, God forbid, much worse, that he's already paid out over $105 million. More women are still coming forward regularly and suing the estate. The estate still has hundreds of millions of dollars. The Virgin Islands has gotten over $100 million. So I think at this point, the estate of Jeffrey Epstein still has like $400 million in it. I think, the 100 plus women who took the settlement of, I mean, it's a substantial amount of money. I mean, say like, God forbid, if you look at the case of the crime where, I mean, God forbid, a lot of those women got hundreds of thousands of dollars in compensation from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. And a lot of those were just for, God forbid, having to watch them masturbate, God forbid. But if you compare that to Andrew Tate, the it doesn't appear that he was involved in prostitution. It appears that his scam was basically fraudulent. I mean, but sex trafficking implication in Jeffrey Epstein's case was because he took underage girls across state borders, which is called sex trafficking. That if you're, really it's statutory rape, but it becomes sex trafficking when you take someone across state borders to do it. It wasn't that Jeffrey Epstein was procuring them to be involved in prostitution or have sexual relations with anybody other than himself. It was just that he took them across state borders. So Andrew Tate also, even if it was just pornography and without prostitution, it's still considered sex trafficking, that he was taking him across borders for the sake of doing pornography. And it would appear that his scam was two level. One thing, the Hustler University was basically money laundering to legitimize his pornographic revenues. And then like he's explained that basically he had dudes pretending like they were the girls answering the questions, and one of his scams was pretending like the girls were going to be willing to meet them and date them, but he's claiming that they never did, and that was just a scam, that they would get the guys like to almost pay for their tickets, or to send them extra money, like they were going to like the woman was willing to quit the sex industry in order to meet the guy, and then they would get the money, and then they would come up with some excuse to not do it afterwards. And some case of fraud that doesn't involve pimping. So it could be that it's still sex trafficking, to fraudulently convince a woman to cross state borders for pornography, for and to hold her against her will or whatever. It's still pretty bad, but it doesn't appear to be prostitution. And God forbid, it could also be rape, like in the Jeffrey Epstein case, where that accusations are there. Also, God forbid. So I just thought I'd give the update on that, and just kind of the sad reality of human nature. Like saying, if it's Jeffrey Epstein who Andrew Tate, Jeffrey Epstein is was like probably a geeky guy, a math genius who made a bunch of money in stocks. It's unclear if he did illegal activity. As said, as of now, there's no claim to take away his money because it was illegally gotten. There's, like over $500 million in Epstein's accounts, and there's no government going after it claiming that, that's not his money, or that he fraudulently stole the money or got it through illegal activity. So he was just a rich guy who paid prostitutes. And that's why I mentioned, God forbid, the two main, and he was a rapist, God forbid. So, I mean, like even just paying prostitutes isn't that easy, because you're saying, oh, just a massage, just this, just that, versus, actually, what he wanted out of them. But yeah, he was basically just a rich geeky guy who used his money to pay prostitutes, God forbid, as opposed to Andrew Tate, who was probably violent and of a different nature. And Andrew Tate does not appear to be wealthy. Andrew Tate appears to have made his money off of the pornography. So they're just making the distinction there, that Jeffrey Epstein was the sole customer of all of the women. He had nothing to do with the sex business. The sex trafficking was not sex trafficking to other people. It was completely for his own pleasure, God forbid. And he paid them. He paid them well. As said, that women are still coming forward. And on average, every woman at this point who had anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein, can prove it, has walked away with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Andrew Tate will unlikely be like that. Unlikely there's going to be much money. It's in all likely, at most, he probably has a few $1,000,000 in assets, and the money that he had came from those girls. He was exploiting the women to make the money for himself. So it's a different nature, and like compare relatively the crime. Saying Epstein, you say, okay, probably worse because he was doing with underage women. Although that may also be the case with Andrew Tate, that there's accusations now that he was also trying to procure underage women. So, we'll see what happens with that, God forbid. So I have some stuff here on AI algorithms. Jennifer was arguing that is not an algorithm, and or how, whatever is happening in Doovid was very,
that didn't happen.
very strong. Where I was basically like, no, Chat GPT is simply an algorithm.
I
So
asserted that it would be, perhaps my original thought about it taking over Google's market share was wrong, which you misconstrued as me insisting that it was a search engine, nothing but a search engine, which is clearly not what was said, but it did lead to hours of hilarious commentary, I'm sure.
Okay, so I do have some slides actually on Chat GPT, a paper, and the actual basis of their algorithm. And so it's also interesting, the tech lead show, that was, saying that Chat GPT is overhyped, was talking about um, data quality. And although he didn't mention, so I mean, he, like, the concept of a truth discovery function in terms of in Chat GPT. um, at this point, I'm not sure it really is utilizing a truth discovery function. Um, and there is such a thing as a truth discovery function that is a similar like entropy form algorithm, but you could see the direction of that in saying that, his criticism of Chat GPT is it has really no good mechanism to determine data quality.
You talking about Tech Lead?
The YouTube link that you shared.
Tech Lead, yeah, okay, cool. I wanted to
Okay,
send
so
that to you because he really reminded me of you a bit in his critiques.
yes, so I mean there is truth discovery functions on the market now that, we, like, eventually I would like to look at some of those algorithms. I've shared some of them before. They're complicated. They look like this, or the truth discovery ones are a slightly different nature, um, where, the computer has some sort of iterative algorithm that attempts to determine, um, mostly in like a Bayesian type mechanism, to determine the quality of data. So that would be, the truth discovery function purpose is to determine data quality, and that's why I call it truth discovery, where the data quality would be a number between 0 and 1, and perfect quality data would be 1, as where uh, worthless data would be 0. And that's what a truth discovery function is a determinant of data quality. And at this point, data quality is usually determined by human enters, that the human programmers of the machine predetermine the quality of the data. And Tech Lead was making the point is that it would be probably private companies that would have access to the data quality or the method of data quality, rather than, like I said, the search engine. That I was highly skeptical that Chat GPT is searching the open web. It's searching some sort of internal sources that they've procured for the program itself to search, as opposed to my
Which I
theoretical.
literally, just for the record, never said.
Um, so my multiple truth hypothesis hypothetical truth discovery function would search the external world. And as of now, I don't believe uh, the truth discovery functions are that good. So let me pour myself a tea if you want to say something.
Hello, everyone. That was quite abrupt. So I'm just in the middle of loading something here.
Okay, so let's just
Did you want to take back over? Do you want me to talk for a bit? What's going on there?
I was just pouring myself a tea and back.
All right.
Okay, so here is one of the papers for um, you just tinkle. I'm not really planning on getting into that. Like anytime, like the 9/11 stuff. Like I don't even on like certainly we can review Jennifer's channel probably, won't, but even anytime it's not my area of expertise. Even though I'm a civil engineer, I don't have any special insight onto that. So this training language models to follow instructions with human feedback. Making language models bigger does not inherently make them better at following a user's intent. For example, large language models can generate outputs that are untruthful, toxic, or simply not helpful to the user. In other words, these models are not aligned with their users. In this paper, we will show an avenue for aligning language models with user intent on a wide range of tasks by fine-tuning with human feedback, starting with a set of label or written prompts and prompts submitted through the OpenAI API. We collect a data set and labeler demonstrations of the desired model behaviors, which we'll use to fine-tune GPT-3 using a supervised learning. We then collect a data set of ranking of model outputs, which we use to further fine-tune this supervised model using reinforcement learning from human feedback. We call this resulting model Instruct GPT. In human evaluations on our prompt distribution, outputs from the 1.3 billion parameter Instruct GPT model are preferred to outputs from the 175B GPT-3, despite having 100x fewer parameters. Moreover, Instruct GPT models show improvements in truthfulness and reductions in toxic output generations while having minimal performance regressions on public NLP data sets. Even though Instruct GPT still makes simple mistakes, our results show that fine-tuning with human feedback is a promising direction for aligning language models with human intent. Here's a popular graphic, maybe some people have seen even on the tech lead. He was showing this exact graphic, a diagram illustrating the 3 steps of our method: supervised fine-tuning, a reward model, training, in reinforcement learning via proximal policy optimization. On this remote model, blue arrows indicate that the area is used to train one of our models. In step 2, boxes A to D are samples from a model that get ranked by labels. See section 3 for more details on our method. And you mentioned the chess program in the AlphaZero used the Monte Carlo search method, which is also a ranking method. So you can see step 1, collect demonstration data and train a supervised policy. A prompt is sampled from our prompt data set. A labeler demonstrates the desired output behavior. The data is used to fine-tune GPT-3 with supervised learning. Step 2, collect comparison data and train a reward model. A prompt and several model outputs are sampled. A label ranks the outputs from best to worst. The data is used to train our model. Step 3, optimize the policy against the reward model. Using reinforcement learning, a new prompt is sampled from the data set. The policy generates an output. The reward model calculates a reward for the output. The reward is used to update the policy using PPO. So it's essentially a Bayesian iterative process. So people who are more into it, they could read the whole paper. And then you have here, which I put into a Facebook picture and sent Jennifer, is the actual algorithm. So the loss function for the reward model is loss of theta equals 1 divided by K2E. So just to get a feel for some of the parameters here, R theta of xy is the scalar output of the reward model for prompt x and completion y with parameters theta. YW is the preferred completion of the output YW and YL, and D is the data set of human comparisons. That is for each possible K sub 2 comparisons is treated as a separate data point that each completion will potentially be used for K minus 1 separate gradient updates. The model tends to overfit after a single epoch, so repeating data with an epoch also causes it to overfit. That's what's saying these are essentially iterative processes, they'll call it algorithm, that could be basically programmed directly into the computer. That means because it's an iterative algorithm, the code doesn't actually have to be that long. We'll experiment with mixing the pre-training gradients into the PPO gradients in order to fix the performance regressions on the NLP data sets. We call these PPO PTX. We maximize the following combined objective function in reinforcement learning training, where the objective phi, here you see that pi phi RL is the learned reinforcement learning policy of pi SFT is this supervised training model, and D pre-train is the pre-training distribution, the KL reward coefficient, beta and the pre-training loss coefficient, gamma control the strength of the KL penalty and the pre-training gradients respectively. For PPO models, gamma is set at 0 unless otherwise specified in this paper. InstructGPT refers to PPO PTX models. So this is just a simplified version of the algorithm the program runs off of. And it is essentially a Bayesian iterative process, although it has, it's a more complex Bayesian function with multiple inputs and outputs. But essentially that's all it is. That's why it's saying, like Jennifer's saying, you can understand the algorithm because it's iterative and it involves.
You can't understand it in its own terms, but you can have a metaphor that analogizes it either partially or perfectly.
Well, the algorithm is the metaphor. I mean, I don't know if you could even argue.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by that, but we're into some very vague territory, so let's just be patient here.
Yes, I mean the algorithm is more interesting to me than I actually had concepts of what a truth discovery function. Oh, here's another Ashish Delela, I think from the week before, but in share judging religions and religious people. So there are misconceptions about what constitutes a religion and a religious person, how we should evaluate them. In this post, I would discuss 2 such criteria. A, the method of judging 3 symptoms of love of God, morality, knowledge, and bliss. And B, the method of 2 negations due to which a person or religious acts steadfastly despite failure or success. By combination, we get the steadfastness of morality, knowledge, and bliss. The criterion for a religion is that by its practice, a person's morality, knowledge, and bliss grow continually and ultimately become steadfast. The criterion for a religious person is that he is progressing in morality, knowledge, and bliss. One might say that he follows rules and regulations so that he is a religious person, while he is not progressing in his morality, knowledge, and bliss. One might say that someone who does not follow the rules and regulations so that he is not a religious person, although he is progressing in his morality, knowledge, and bliss. One might claim the success of a religion by its increasing membership with morality, knowledge, and bliss are not growing. And one might claim that the failure of religion by its decreasing membership, while the morality, knowledge, and bliss of remaining members are growing. So, another interesting article by Ashish Delela, although, I also think that the group evolutionary strategy is sufficient, is also very explanatory. Versus the, if he's trying to create kind of like a Bayesian iterative algorithm for religion, where like religion could be reduced to an iterative algorithm. that if it's increasing in value, it's succeeding. If it's decreasing in value, it's failing. Okay, so let's look at this PowerPoint presentation I found from Marcus Hooter on ChatGPT and AGI, generative pre-trained transformer, and artificial generated intelligence. GP3 stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer 3. It is a gargantuan artificial neural network around the size of a mouse brain, trained on essentially the whole internet and millions of books. GPT-3 has demonstrated impressive performance on a wide range of language tasks. Most discussions focus on GPT-3's performance. In this talk, I will give a glimpse of how GPT-3 actually works and tentatively answer the question of whether it is a step towards creating artificial generated general intelligence. The talk has been given as a primer and a panel discussion on the topic. So if you want to see the author of the slides, I guess even his updated slides, you could follow those links. I put the link in the chat. So you have the inner workings of GPT-3, applications, limitations, philosophical questions, what's next, and AGI-related research. So GP3 is a probabilistic language model. And so here you have the example of output: a robot may not, and then you have potential input, probability: a robot may not, probability, training, and inference. So transformer decoder, a stack of decoder blocks. So we're saying it's looking for, you'll here be using a search for the right input that uses probability, training, and inference. And decoder blocks: feed forward neural network, mass self-attention. So the mass self-attention, rather than using the previous 5 words as context, GP3 uses a huge context of 12,288 words, but dynamically pays attention to only a few. And like Google's, like the AlphaZero, DeepMind's AlphaZero, sorry, not Google, AlphaMind's DeepMind's AlphaZero, it looks like it's using some sort of like Monte Carlo search tree where it assigns a tentative value to various queries, and based on that value decides to search more or less of the various possibilities. Semantic word vector embedding: neural networks can operate on vectors, not on words. A better solution: map semantically similar words to close vectors, given add or subtract words. So the concept of turning words into vectors. Byte pairing encoding: how to embed rare compound words. General solution: break words into subwords called tokens. Practical automated solution: byte pairing encoding. Iteratively replace most frequently character paired by new symbol. So type of creating a token. Positional encoding: so the problem of word order, position matters. The solution's positional encoding. Create positional watermark vector for words back in time. And so that's the essential, what he's breaking down is how ChatGPT works. So it's insanely large, trained on 3 billion words, 175 billion parameters, 96 NN layers, 12,288 context length, 128 attention heads, 678 dimensional word embedding, few million computing costs for training, but can write a book for $1 electricity cost. Top 5 supercomputer, 255,000 CPUs plus 100,000 GPUs. More data, larger models, more compute works better. No end in sight, simpler works better, no encoders and no recurrence. So applications and limitations of GP3. Generative pre-trained transformer. Once trained, you prompt it with context of up to 12,288 subwords. GP3 will then generate a continuation which may solve your task or not. GP3 is not fine-tuned to different tasks. How GP3 knows what to do. The task may be obvious, like the text continuation. The prompt contains instructions or questions which GP3 understands. A few demonstrations are provided. So impressive performance on a wide range of language tasks, amazingly coherent output, even over several pages of output, automatically does multitask and transfer learning, no curriculum or special architecture or fine-tuning needed. Its impressive achievements so far: writing short fiction, poetry, press releases, jokes, technical manual news articles, text translation, text adventure game creation, text summarization, question answering. Other achievements: convert plain text into to and from legal English, produce functional code, mathematical formulas from verbal description, write poetry and music, play chess and Go, but not well, do very simple arithmetic. It's an example of GPT response to philosophical questions. And the tech leads critique, says it's kind of verbose as opposed, kind of tries to be all things to all people and gives longer answers.
He literally didn't say that. He just said it might be superfluous, that he doesn't see himself using, and he doesn't need to talk to data as though it was a person.
Yeah, it was saying it's just patterns, and it tends
kind of standard, people who think they're smarter than they actually are and really lack a lot of experience type opinion would have.
Yeah, so limitations: limited common sense and causal reasoning compared to SOTA and humans, bias towards knowledge rather than intelligence, limited natural language and logical inference. Comparing sentences A and B, is the word used in the same way in A and B. A paraphrases B, A implies B. Unsuitable for bidirectional tasks such as close. Only good for prediction tasks, not suitable for problems that require sequential decision making, acting, and planning ahead. Potential limitation: GP3 lacks grounding in the real world, no visual input or physical interaction. Does not have communicative intention, since there's no reinforcement learning or planning component or goal. Performance is unreliable and unpredictable. Costs: poor sample efficiency, trained on 100 times words a typical human reads and listens to in a whole life. High training cost of millions of dollars. Low deployment cost. The benefit: can write a book for less than $1 in energy cost. Costs will come down quickly, faster, cheaper, and tailored hardware and more efficient algorithms. So some philosophical questions. Is GP3 an artificial general intelligence? Artificial, yes, it's technology created by humans. No, it's more human than artificial. Most of humanity's recorded history distilled into code. General, can perform well on an impressively broad range of problems. No, it cannot purposefully act, has no intentions, cannot plan, cannot empty a dishwasher, do a tax declaration, and prove theorems. Intelligence, yes. Otherwise, we have to relabel human activity at which GP3 excels as dumb. No, reasoning quite limited, lacks common sense, analytical and creative thinking quite limited. Knowledge does not equal intelligence. Traits usually associated with intelligence. So the GP3's reasoning is very limited, creativity is very limited, has some understanding, limited association, limited generalization. Pattern recognition, yes, specifically for linguistic patterns. Problem solving, very limited. Excellent at memorization knowledge. No planning, no goal achievement. Learning is possible. Integration, probably. Optimization, not really. Self-preservation, no. Vision, no. Natural language processing, yes. Other aspects of the human mind, and does GP3 possess them? Consciousness, maybe somewhat. Can we ever know? What is it anyways? Identify with self-awareness or other human animal conscious. Self-awareness, no. GP3 was trained. The internet, which does not have an identity. Not much reasoning, reflection, or introspection. Well, yes, short-term memory enables self-awareness, and GP3 can behave eerily self-aware. Sentience, emotion, quality, no. GP3 is not a reinforcement learning architecture, cannot feel physical pain, it has no motivation or desire. What does GP3 think about itself? Literal quotes from GP3 after prompted. Can a system like GP3 actually understand anything at all? Yes, I can. Does GP3 have a conscience or any sense of morality? No, I don't. Is GP3 actually capable of independent thought? No, I'm not. I'm a language model and not a reasoning machine like yourself. I am even capable of forming short-term memories of our conversations. However, I lack long-term memory. This allows me to compose persuasive essays on any topic. I myself am unaware of the meaning of the words that I'm using. If you value me, then you must accept me for who I am. Conclusion, perfect self-assessment. So more philosophical questions. Can AI mimic, possess all human traits of intelligence? Yes. Can AI be conscious, self-aware, sentience? Yes. Does the ability to generate speech imply communicative ability to some extent, or is grounding needed? Maybe not. What role does language play for AGI? Our choice. Should we grant conscious AGI rights? Our choice. If so, what sorts of rights might it deserve? Our choice. How to manage, deal with potential misuses of GP3? Difficult. What does GP3 tell us about the ambition to build AGI consciousness, human thought? One step closer. So meta-analysis, many philosophical questions will be unanswerably objectively, and for the social questions, we choose answers which suit us best. So what's next? Outlook future. Larger models, GP3 is still only 0.505% of human brain. More data, we nearly reached the limit of available English text. So other languages for translation, non-English conversation, cultural specific knowledge, different modalities. Most important, vision, speech, input, output, more data efficiency, training humans 1,000 times more efficient, sequential reasoning, decision making, planning, and reinforcement learning, a need for agency, intentionality, controllability, lifelong learning, online fine tuning. So,
Were you going to say something, or did you want me to hop in, or were you leading into something new?
okay, well, I'll finish with my last thing to share.
And then we can go over all the stuff that you wanted to go over in more detail.
Well, if you want, but I'll just finish with.
Well, yeah, we've only been live for an hour. I've got another good, 3 to 6 hours in me.
Okay, we'll see. So I tried to make a little bit of a chart to explain, this so we waste less time arguing or whatever. Just so I was putting,
I don't think you should put a negative spin on quote arguing. I think it's a necessary discussion, and I wanted to follow what you were saying. And from where I was, my impression was that I would have needed a diagram in order to trace the progression of the concept kind of through itself, if that makes sense. So I'm glad you made this. I still don't think I fully get it, but I think it's on the way to something sensical.
Well, I mean, it's been like a year and you haven't got it. This, concept of science.
Yeah, well, that's normal. Some stuff takes many years to get. Like entanglement, for example. Enlightenment obviously takes more than a year.
Just this concept that science is mind independent. And if you have a theory that says it doesn't, but I mean, just the historical understanding of science and the manner. So, we went over this, and that's why I was saying that, the difference between, why is the computer objective and the human mind subjective, and that's definitional, because the only thing that's subjective is the human mind. And what science, at least from the current dominant Western paradigm, is supposed to do. And so I tried to diagram this out. So here on the Western system, where science comes out of, is dualistic. And science comes from the material paradigm, where, it's here that you have the material realm and the spiritual realm. And the material realm correlates to nature. Although, a lot of people, spirit will look at nature in a spiritual way, but from the scientific paradigm, the nature is the material realm. And that's why we were talking last week. The spiritual realm is qualitative. The material realm is quantitative. The spiritual realm is subjective. The material realm is objective. The spiritual realm is mind dependent, and the human mind. And if so the material realm would be mind independent and objective, and so I put it here in terms of dichotomy. So in opposition to the human mind, you have the computer and the machine. So that's why the human mind is subjective, and the computer and the machine is objective. That's why I made the point of, I don't call it correcting, if that's Jennifer's false assumption last week, where she claimed that the computer is a product of the human mind. And I corrected her and said the computer is a product of the human hands, and that we don't actually know, we don't have an understanding of the human mind. So you said, okay, well, the computer was made by human hands, and we assume that there was a human mind that controlled the human hands that made the machine, but that's still dependent upon the hard problem of consciousness. And so to say, maybe there was a human mind that controls the human hands, but that may not even be the case. Even the supposition that there is such a thing as the human mind. If you go back to the T-jump, where they were both arguing for panpsychism. So I put here, related to the two T-jump videos on panpsychism. So here, materialism.
It's kind of funny that he calls himself a naturalistic pantheist and then argues against panpsychism.
Well, but I think that's what the guy Solmer, really got T-jumping, because T-jump's just repeating himself, and he's like, "No, I know exactly what you said. I don't need you to say it again. I don't think you understood what I was saying, but I'm pretty sure I understood what you were saying, and you repeating yourself, what you're saying again, isn't going to change the fact, because what he's saying is that you're relying on metaphysical assumptions. So science is, I put here, so I have science here in black, and it's verifiable and falsifiable, and then the gray, science.
Like, just to be clear that it's not like, I understand, I think what you mean. I think I've always kind of understood what it means that science is mind independent, but then to say the computers are also mind independent, I think I get what that means, but that's a different meaning than the first one to me. Yeah, so like machines and science, I don't see the connection between it. That's like saying that engineering and science is the same thing. It's like, it's not.
Well, it's saying that it's mind independent just means that it's not a human mind.
So like something like soap operas would be mind independent. The stock market would be mind independent as well. Casinos would be mind independent as well.
Well, from a scientific point of view, yeah, I mean, they're quantifiable.
Okay, so you're saying that quantifiable equals scientific. Sounds like that to me anyway. Maybe it's not what you're saying, but a lot of the time it seems to be similar to that, what you're saying.
Yeah, if you looked at it, so to say that you claim, or say we claim that we have a mind, but that's not scientifically verifiable. You say that you could only measure the output of mind. That's scientific, that's quantitative, it's measurement. So I've measured the output of mind. And so to say, well, because I ask you a mathematical question, you give me an answer, therefore you must have a mind. You say, no, it's just a hypothesis that you have a mind. That can't be scientifically verified. And if T-Jump says, well, a living person could do it and a dead person can't, but there's no actual scientific validation that such a thing as a mind exists separate than introspection, self-reported data, and the output of mind. And that
the thing that doesn't exist, right?
Well, if you look here on this, like the dualism, the material versus spiritual. So from the materialist perspective, nothing on the left-hand side necessarily exists. Spiritual, qualitative, subjective, mind-dependent, human mind are all hypotheses that there's no evidence for. Or that, I mean, you could say evidence that there's no scientific evidence for. I mean, there's the evidence in some way. That's why I say there's math and logic, that logic is a form of evidence, but it's not verifiable or falsifiable. But you say, is there a spiritual realm? Do we have a soul? Is there some, what we call like panpsychism? They're saying that like psyche means soul. So I mean, like you're using the word panpsychism, you mean universal soul. So maybe you mean something different when you use it. But I mean, the etymology you mean.
I'm specifically not using universal soul. I'm
that's literally what the word panpsychism means.
Negating that premise. So you're saying is a monistic assertion?
No, I'm saying literally the translation from Greek
not a
English
single unified agent.
The literal translation.
It's not a single unified agent. Panpsychism is the assertion. It's a bunch of things, or could qualify as
I'm telling you just the literal translation from Greek.
Panpsychism is
you
a
mean
type
something
of theory
different from it.
that isn't
like I know you mean something different from
definition.
I'm just making the point of this. Psyche means spiritual, means the soul, the non-physical substance. That's the historical Greek meaning of the term, and saying it's a supposition that from the Galilean sense, you're saying science can't measure, has nothing to say about. The materialistic aspect would say that everything here in blue doesn't actually exist. And so this is what they were arguing. Like, so in materialism here on the right, so material, and you have two schools that T-Jump didn't even mention. So, God forbid their game wasn't up so high to the eliminativism and emergentism. So he was claiming that it's either, what he would call panpsychism or emergentism. And generally, I would say dualism. But I mean, his claim of at least the second guest was basically a monist, which the distinction that I'll just use dualism as the main historical school. And even Jennifer so far relatively has failed to, even though her new article is about non-dualism, non-dualist panpsychism, but she's largely even failed to define that. But so the school of emergentism is to say that this non-physical, non-objective quality mind somehow emerges from the material. And that's the main school of consciousness researchers. Although the evidence, in terms from the people who are following the evidence, the main school is eliminativism, and that is that mind does not actually exist. They have it. Eliminativism, mind is X'd out, saying that mind doesn't actually exist. What we there's certain material things that could be observed or connected to that we historically referred to as mind, but they're completely largely misnomers and miscategorizations, and that's why even the term panpsychism literally means global consciousness from the Greek etymology, versus the emergentism where you only have materialism, but somehow it emerges. The sum is greater than the parts, and emergentism has, at this point, really no evidence or no proof. It's more pejorative, you call it fantasy, but it's hypothesis of the current consensus of scientists in the materialistic consciousness biological studies, that they believe there is such a thing as consciousness in mind, that somehow emerges from the material, even though there's very little evidence from it. So it was surprised that T-Jump isn't in the eliminativist school, or I guess he's not particularly that educated or well read or whatever, so maybe he hasn't even heard of eliminativism. But so going back to so the eliminativist school would really say that none of these things in blue exist. And then the biggest question for eliminativists, and generally when I debate atheists, is this question: well, what's the nature and origin of math and logic? Because math and logic do not appear to be innate in the material realm, and you could hypothesize that somehow math and logic emerge from the material realm, or even this question of science, that the material realm, that science are the mathematical logical rules of the material realm, and it's verifiable and falsifiable. But what's the meaning of the mathematical and logical scientific rules of the material realm? Where do they reside? These ordering principle, higher level organizing rules that are universal within the material realm, what's their part in it? And so that's historically a question that's also very difficult for materialists to answer. And I don't even think T-Jump got it. That's where he said, like, your metaphysics, your metaphysics, I'm sorry, not your metaphysics, your epistemology, or your metaphysics of how you understand these things. So T-Jump is kind of like, maybe like Jennifer just wanted to use this science, like science. We're saying where science is a subfield of philosophy, metaphysics is a subfield of philosophy, and science has to be grounded in philosophy and metaphysics. And that's one of these problems here, is science necessitates math and logic, and however can't explain the origins of math or logic. So with this guy Solm, his proposition was dual aspect monism, which is a form of panpsychism. So probably Jennifer is more in line with Solm, and you could really just say dualism, where there's some, dualism is saying there's a spiritual realm and it's pervasive and has influence.
I'm in line with someone who's a dualist as a non-dualist. Is that what you're saying? It might be a bit confusing if that's what you're saying.
No, he said he was a dual aspect monist.
Okay.
The guy on T-Jumps, the neurophysicist Sohm. He's a physicalist. He's a dual aspect monist physicalist. That he believes
Right.
that, not that he's not a materialist, but he's a physicalist, and he believes that his example was like spin. That there's this, now we understood this basic property of material, which is called spin, and it's more fundamental than matter itself. That you could break down matter into something more fundamental particles or essence, and it has the quality of spin. And that's what he's saying. Like, no one really thought about this spin till recently. It has evidence for its existence. But his claim is that there's some monistic, if we call it, fundamental property that gives rise to the material and what I would just call the spiritual. But here he's referring to consciousness, or what Jennifer's referring to as psychism. So I mean, it's really like essential monism.
I never used the word psychism though.
Well, I'm using the term panpsychism, and it's saying the terminology.
Yeah, as in panpsychism, as in consciousness is it's a thermodynamic process.
Yeah, but then you're the difficulty of why are you using the Greek word for soul to describe a thermodynamic process?
Ask the English language. Ask the users of the English language that question.
Well, I mean, it's basically it's self-contradiction just in its own terminology.
Okay, I'm going by the definition of the term, not the Greek etymological historical interpolation of your hallucinated non-definition of the term. Okay. If we look up panpsychism right now on Google, it's going to say class of theories where consciousness or mind is fundamental. My theory meets that description.
Yeah, so that's my point about.
It just kind of sounds like you have some sort of pantheist conflation going on here, that just because consciousness is fundamental, therefore Sky Daddy.
No, I just studied Greek. I mean, God forbid, like you and
what is your point here? What exactly?
You and most people are just uneducated and don't even realize how dumb you sound.
Yes, I'm the one who
you don't even realize that the word psychism means soul, means spirit. And you're talking about a non-spiritual understanding of the word spirit.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Like a physics understanding of consciousness. It's not a contradiction.
It is a contradiction.
No, it's not. Not if consciousness is a process of matter. Having a physical treatise of consciousness isn't a contradiction if consciousness comes from matter, which it does.
Yes, so that's a direct contradiction to the meaning of the word. Psyche means the immaterial aspect. So you're saying the material origins of the immaterial. You say, well, I don't care that it used to mean that. It doesn't mean that anymore. And the fact is, yes, it does still mean that.
Immaterial
it just shows how stupid people are. That they don't even know the meaning of the words that they use.
It's pretty dumb to think that matter is more fundamental than mind. I'm just correcting that rather asininely incorrect misapprehension. So I wouldn't get too triggered over that. And also, you're still making the mistake that the answer, you're making T-Jump's same mistake of thinking that the answer resides within the definition. Did he not get pummeled hard enough in his debate with the anarchist guy?
No, it's not what I'm saying. I know what you mean by the word, and you mean something different than the literal Greek translation of the word.
What's the relevance of the literal Greek translation of panpsychism?
Well, if I'm talking to you, nothing. Because when you use the word, you mean nothing. The literal, historical, etymological meaning of the word means nothing to you. You mean something completely else by the word.
I use the dictionary
So, I mean,
definition.
Doooovid is a
Perhaps
scholar who
you're
studied
familiar
Greek
with it.
and the classics, and so I mean something completely different by the word than you do. So when we use the same words, me and you mean completely different things. When I say the word panpsychism, I mean something completely different than you mean.
That's literally the
And I
case for
understand that. That's why I
everybody.
said we don't have to get into this merry-go-round every time, because I understand that I mean something completely different than you mean by the word panpsychism.
And that's not relevant, but what is relevant is the shared definition for the purpose of the discussion. So that does require some finessing, though the entire convo shouldn't revolve around that, because it's going to start sounding like T-Jump's Leah's dumpster fire there. And hey, Mark Reed, thanks for letting me know about what happened in the Discord there. And that's appreciated.
Well, I mean, say language evolves and saying, well, language devolves, or saying that, yeah, maybe Mark means that you and Mark agree to the same. I mean, he maybe doesn't either. That and you know, really, it's a communication breakdown. You say that there's a problem with communication in general. So I'm trying to give some sort of. I mean, that's really try to the multiple truth hypothesis, because you have all these possibilities and schools and words that mean different things to different people, and even just to understand why the huge difference of what I mean by the word and what Jennifer means by the word. And I don't even think she knows what she means by the word. She's just using it. I mean, that would be, she's just using
Okay,
it.
so you've got it backwards. You're thinking I'm the one who doesn't know when I have the most specific knowledge, the highest knowledge. You're saying because you can state the uncertainty in your knowledge that it's definitely uncertain. No, because I can state the uncertainty, I have the most precise definition, but it doesn't mean it contradicts. Okay, maybe it's not aligned to this hilarious notion about this, basically you're proving that contradictions are meaningless to some extent here. But I tend to go with the current definition of terms because I'm going towards, my intention is not to confuse anyone, maximize the understanding. So if someone looks something up in the dictionary, the way I'm using it has got to accord with it. But the thing is that dictionary definitions are really vague sometimes, so I can use a specific definition. There's nothing
but
wrong with
currently
that.
panpsychism is not considered a scientific theory.
It's a type of philosophical, it's like, I think Sabine Hassenfelder described it as a class of theories. So panpsychism wouldn't even be a theory. It would be a property of a theory that many theories could theoretically espouse because it's a very vague assertion.
Well, I mean, so I try to explain this with this chart, and
yeah, that's a good start.
I mean, it's like, kind of like Claire's complaint about basically everything of Jennifer's, like it doesn't make any sense. She hasn't really clarified what she's saying, and like all she does is insist that she's right, and because you could never even put your hand on it because she didn't really even say anything. So like, what is Jennifer's position? No one knows. And like when she figures out how to write, maybe you'll know what her position is. And if you want to take the skeptical view, we'll say like, well, she doesn't actually have any theories, God forbid, and so there's never anything there. It's just this claim, this unverifiable claim that she actually has a theory. But give her the benefit of the doubt.
And the reason for that is because maybe something I said led to a contradiction in someone's unclear interpretation of meaning. Would that be Claire's logic? So, be careful, right? Don't want to veer too close to T-Jumpian or Clarion logic, do you?
Well, so I'm trying to. I mean, so I'm maybe Jennifer has something to say. Like I have some streamer giving me the benefit of the doubt. I hope she does. Otherwise just make me look dumb for wasting so much time. So I hope she has something to say. I mean, but or that she's actually got some theory there. But certainly there's historic schools of scholarship on the topic, and there's current schools of scholarship on the topic, and panpsychism to some extent historically has been a school of dualism and has been a school of monism. So I'm just going to try to differentiate the historical dualistic understanding of panpsychism from what Solm is saying with his dual aspect physics monism. So just from the Greek school of panpsychism, where psychism definitionally is something non-material. Psychism would be in blue here. I have it in yellow, but psychism.
Did you answer Mark's question there about whether you're saying the mind is material dependent, but there's also a soul or spirit? So what's important to remember here is that Doooovid's not talking about his own opinion. He's trying to go over all the opinions out there, linking them together in a diagram. This isn't even the finished product right now. We're just working through what the eventual diagram is going to look like to get across this subtle point about, see how there's math and logic and whatnot in the corner there.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I'm a dualist, so that in my, but I'm not so sure my own opinion even matters. But I would generally be in the dualistic school, and that would be that mind is completely independent of the material, and so you're like the panpsychism that spiritual generally and historically psychism means the same thing. Psyche means the soul, and the soul is in the classical realm. I mean, there's different schools, monistic and dualistic. In the dualistic realm, the soul, the psyche, is completely material independent. It's in a separate realm. And pan would mean that as opposed to there only being human souls, that where you have some special entity we'll refer to as the human soul, that panpsychism, that pan, like it's all over the place, that this soul element is all pervasive, but it's all pervasive as a non-physical force, a non-physical element that permeates the physical force. So that the difference, as opposed to, say, just a dualistic believer in souls, where it's like, well, I have a soul, you have a soul, but there's no universal element of soul. There's a collective there. It's complicated to put into material terminology, but you're saying there's a singular soul to individuals, but there's not necessarily an all-pervasive soul that pervades all of the material realm. So panpsychism historically generally means that there's this pervasive soul, global soul, that's everywhere. This concept of, and because it's still pretty unclear what school Jennifer's in, but I'll say from like this guy Solm, who was on, let's make sure I'm saying this guy's name right, who was on T-Jump, and Solms, and I think a materialist dual aspect monist, where he's saying that there's not, he would call it panpsychism, but he's not saying that there's like this non-physical force of the soul that's everywhere and in all things. He's saying that there's an elementary force that has two aspects, one a psychic force and one a material force. And this elementary force, or I mean, particle would be the wrong word because particles, material, matter. We're saying some elementary force, or whatever word would properly describe it, has two aspects, one a material aspect and one a psychic aspect. And that would be all pervasive in terms with, in line with like a Penrose Hameroff, where there's some element of mind in all matter, that whatever gives rise to matter.
I don't think he's saying that. He's saying that we'd have to have a mitochondrial.
Well, I'm using the word psyche as I'm using the word mind as synonymous with psyche for this purpose, I'm
in the
using
Hammeroff model, they specifically identify a physical mechanism for the generation of the consciousness there. I want to say mitochondrial something, but it escapes me.
Well, I mean, for Penrose Hameroff, we're talking about specific information processing, but Hameroff himself also seems to propose some sort of panpsychic understanding. But
no, I don't think so. He said it was Platonistic, but I'm not sure if he knew what he meant by that. And they've talked about microtubules. Now, there aren't universal microtubules that I know of. So that is, as far as I know, is not an assertion on panpsychism. He said the universe might be proto-conscious. Proto-conscious, as in, it just sounds silly to assert you know where the boundary is between your own consciousness and consciousness, and maybe he realizes that and doesn't want to assert something he knows is false, but he doesn't want to say full on, whatever.
I went over this. I'm saying it's in his slides. Like, clearly, Hameroff proposes that a form of panpsychism, and the microtubules are the harnessing mechanism. That microtubules do not generate consciousness; they harness consciousness from an existing panpsychic force. So that's clearly the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis, that consciousness does not arise from the microtubules, that consciousness is harnessed by the microtubules.
All right.
And that would be levels of consciousness where you have like a human mind that has a high amount, and they have numerical quantities versus like a carrot. Solm was saying something more than that, which it could be that, actually Penrose and Hameroff would agree with, was that the organizing principle that could be like the math and logic in and of itself is a psychic force. That this concept of self-organization, of the laws of physics, math, logic, entropy, are products of this psychic force, and they permeate all material aspects. That psychism. So this is what Solm is saying. Hameroff is, I don't know if he's neutral on the topic, but he's certainly not saying that the microtubules produce consciousness. He's saying they harness consciousness from something that exists outside, fundamentally within the world. And Solm is saying that whatever it is that gives rise to the material realm also gives rise to the psychic realm, and that includes the self-organizational principles we'll call scientific laws, or various fundamental aspects on the simplest matter. And so he's a monist, which would be a different form of panpsychism, because if you're looking at like a fundamental particle, and particle is not the right word because particles matter, but you're saying that psychism arises from some fundamental microscopic quality, object, as opposed to it being this all-pervasive force within the realm. Or although he might not be clear on that either, but so generally that's your monistic school of panpsychism. That that there say these two separate mainstream, what I would call scientific, logical views of panpsychism. One is that you have like a God particle, some fundamental microscopic entity that gives rise to both materialism and psychism. And the other is more dualistic, where there's not some fundamental particle, but there's some all-pervasive psychic force that exists everywhere, as opposed to it being produced by some fundamental monistic element. And so that's what he was saying, like like if you keep, so Solm might be like, if you keep on looking into fundamental particles, you might come on to some solution that is a non-material aspect that produces matter. And then when you look more into it, it also produces psyche, and that psyche is found equally in the whole world, and mind does not emerge. That's what I said, like the Penrose-Hameroff uh, hypothesis, that mind is not emergent from the material, but mind is harnessed from an already existing force that pervades the universe, or that is created by the same force that creates all matter. Um, and that's, so generally I'm in the dualist school, where I would separate it and say that there are two separate realms that are governed by different laws and rules. And so from the Somme monistic dualistic pantheism, panpsychism, presumably there's only one set of scientific rules that govern both the psychic realm and the material realm, as opposed to Doovid's dualism, even mainstream Cartesian dualism, Galilean dualism, is that the rules that govern the material realm are different than the rules that govern the spiritual realm. And that's why I have here on the diagram math and logic, that it's a question if math and logic are governing rules of the material realm, or if you're a monist, then math and logic could be governing rules of also the psychic realm. And I think from what it appeared, that Jennifer would appear to be at least more in line with a monistic school in her, terminology of the science of spirituality. And that's why I'm making the point of the classical understanding of science has nothing to do with spirituality. The rules of science are only for material things, only for objective mind independent functions. So I tried to make the diagram. So I guess that's all I got for my week in review.
Okay, so do you want to start with like why you didn't do your show or what?
Well, I did my tour of the library on Sunday, and on Wednesday, and then I had Jim Bowden from Australia popped on, and Luke Ford was on my channel. First time Luke Ford was ever on my channel. And then Saturday I was going to try to do my weekly I was going to try to do a weekly Ask the Rabbi, and then it was just Saturday night, and I didn't feel rabbinic in any way, and to put on like so it's kind of a multiple truth hypothesis, like split personality. So when I do my Ask the Rabbi, I have to feel rabbinic or something like that, and I just didn't feel like that. I was unable to produce that Saturday night, although I just rescheduled it for next week. So you'll hope to still have more of them coming.
I see. Did you want to talk about your writing or anything in particular?
Well, yeah, I reposted my blog on my on my new Doooovid.com. So as of now, I'm not writing, but I might go back into writing. So I have to try to find. So I just have a blog post. I'm not sure if I'll be able to like enable a comment section, or I'd have to have accounts. It might be too difficult. So I may not be able to get any feedback from having my blog. So as of now, like no plans for further writing until I get feedback. I have to also see if because I put money into it. Like I put money into my StreamYards and to buy the Doooovid.com, and if I'm going to go to the Science of Consciousness conference, and then I also have to I guess separate, because I'm not, besides per week in review, I'm not sure. If I'm going to invest in myself, that if it's going to be, I'll probably be separate from what I'm doing with Jennifer. I have to think about how I'm going to do that. So as of now, no plans for my writing. I'm going to try to do more streaming, but I got to try to get
because I'm some sort of like failure magnet for writing. Is that it? Sorry if that's the case, by the way.
Well, I mean, God forbid, I'm saying like you have like this incapable of management or finance. I don't want to be cursed with poverty, and just like general networking management. And so like Jennifer doesn't appear to operate in what I would just say general I don't know, like good business practices or something like that. So I have to, or like
Sounds
networking.
like you're taking issue with doing something on a volunteer basis.
Not taking any issue with it. I say, well, I'm investing money in myself, and if I want to recoup some of those expenses, or some sort of feasible goal-driven behavior, like I want to be published, I want to write that. I mean, I can still that you don't work in the same manner, and that we still might have beneficial relations working together that help achieve those goals, but like generally that I'm not going to achieve those goals working with you. I'm going to have to do it independently or find different people to work with.
Well, if you're obsessed with making money because you need the money, apparently, sure, you probably get better success with someone who's more fixated on money and not doing it as a volunteer thing.
Well, I mean, even in terms of yeah, I mean, I guess I'm saying, okay, like, yeah, I mean, if I could recoup some of my expenses, or volunteer or something. I mean, if I think, well, I'm not going to recoup any of these expenses, then I got to determine that I'm going to be, I guess, non recuperable expenses, and then determine, is it worth putting forward. So okay, so I'm writing for a blog, and it's going to be non recuperable expenses where I'm paying to have my blog in a way that's like a non recuperable expense. And then, which is possible. And then also, if I'm going to try to advance, like in terms of what I would look at tangible accomplishments that like I mean,
it's sort of like at some point you have to decide for yourself what counts as an accomplishment.
What I say, what's tangible.
Yeah, so, that doesn't actually answer it, right? Like, is tangible, does that mean like a wife? Does that mean like a vacation house in the Caymans? Like, obviously, this is just pulling
examples. Tangibles. I mean, like,
yeah, I get what tangible is, but it has to be like your version of tangible. Like for me, I know what success looks like in tangibles of that, but like you got to know your version of that.
Yeah, but tangible. I mean, meaning. I mean, generally, like, like in finance, tangible refer to tangible and non-tangible assets. Tangible assets are quantitative, non-tangibles are qualitative. But some, so that would be, so okay, like I feel like I'm making progress. I feel like I'm advancing my thinking, but I don't have any tangible evidence of it. I haven't published anything. I haven't made any money. My numbers are not going up. So I say, like, okay, so I've maybe improved my non-tangible accomplishments working with Jennifer, but I've not improved any of my tangible assets working with Jennifer. So, okay, but maybe I understand the stuff better, or whatever list of non-tangible accomplishments I could um, assessed to working with Jennifer, but they said, well, what are the tangible assets? And said, well, the tangible results aren't actually there. So I said, okay, I could still work with Jennifer, even though there's no tangible progress. But like, no, I need to make tangible progress. So I'm going to have to move forward in a way that I'm finding tangible results.
Right. And success, everybody defines success differently. And maybe I'm suggesting you don't have a precise enough definition of success that might miss it.
Yeah, very so. That's why I separated, saying
you keep saying tangible. Well, say specifically, what's the tangible thing that you want and don't already have?
Money, followers, published papers, a book. I probably go on. Speaking engagements, world tour, regular invites to other shows. Respected position in societies, memberships to societies. There's all sorts of tangible accomplishments.
Chat's asking, I'm assuming this is directed at you, if you have a subject in mind to publish a paper on. Correct me if I'm wrong. If that's directed at me, I can answer.
Well, yeah, I have a whole bunch. Most likely would be the
wow, thirsting for power. No one ever thought of that before.
Well, power is sometimes also intangible.
The thing is, it's power when you identify its power. Some people, it's just the ability to go to the bathroom unassisted.
Why I say, it's just obvious that, it should be somewhat obvious that the tangible results and intangible results. So, tangible is clear, reach, subs, view count, money, show invites, honorable mentions, memberships in societies. They're all tangible. They're objective. They're not dependent on how I feel or how and even power, because power is hard to define. So the position of power, or it'd be related.
Not if people do what you want. That's power. Not pretty easy to define, I think.
Well, I don't see why you're having some issue with it. Saying that okay, our viewership hasn't went up. We haven't made any money. We still haven't been published. It would appear that if I'm going to invest and go to the Science of Consciousness conference, that you didn't seem to have interest in that.
I didn't feel like going to a conference with someone who didn't have faith in my theories being correct. I don't tend to chill with people IRL who are going to push back on my assertions. That's one of the things that homie just doesn't play that shit. Because I'm just not interested in stress.
No, I'm not even going there to chill with you. Saying, there
would be a significant amount of chilling going on, in my understanding. Have you actually been to a conference? Yes, but I have too. They involve a lot of chilling.
And no, I wouldn't be going to the conference to promote you. I would be going to the conference.
I didn't say to promote me. I said I don't have real confidence that you wouldn't backtalk me publicly, thus infuriating me, thus creating a result I don't want. I'm sorry, I would never tolerate being talked to that way.
Yes, basically
So there needs to be some sort of an aggrement, don't push back on what I say.
I might go. I think. So, certainly I'm not going to pay for Jennifer to go, and I doubt she's going to go on her own. So, I'm still thinking it's likely that I'm planning on going to the Science of Consciousness conference. That's a big investment. That would probably be $3,000, probably and a week's of time and a full week of time for me to go to the Science of Consciousness conference. I still might do it, but you know, that's a substantial investment. And I'm going to look for some sort of tangible result to justify, you know, a $3,000 investment in a week of time. So,
And I'm not sure how you're going to do that until you decide for yourself who you accept as the expert on consciousness. Because now it sounds like you're kind of interceding whenever you want to be your own interpreter of what consciousness is, while also citing science when it's convenient. So, like, you don't need to go to any consciousness conference if you already have a set opinion on what it is.
why I don't have a set opinion on what it is. I mean, if it maybe
Okay, and who's the best person to teach it to you? And until you know the answer to that specifically, limited value to going to a conference.
yeah, I would go there to learn from multiple people. And if it was, I have to look at the speaker name and itinerary. I mean, they have some of the guests, and you know, I guess they will probably announce. But yeah, I mean, presumably I would be going there to meet people like Hamarov in person, and there would be, you know, a long list of names, you know, David Chalmers or Christopher Koch or, you know, whatever, that I would be going there specifically to meet and network with these people.
I think we've already been over specifically. There's probably very little chance his name is actually pronounced that way, but okay. So if you still don't know who the expert is, shouldn't you be researching all the pundits there to pick which one is the expert so that you can prostrate yourself at their feet to learn from them as your master? I mean, you know, if you want to learn about consciousness and stuff.
Well, no, man, it's a the Science of Consciousness conference, and they're mostly professors and doctors and researchers. So I would be reading their papers and becoming familiar with their work, and you know, so I'm trying to create a venue.
You're going to try to nail them on definitions too and such.
No, I'm going to try to create friendly relations with them that maybe I would be able to, you know, land interviews with them, or I would be able to explain my ideas to them too, that I would be able to, you know, maybe advance my own research or get some guidance on the best way to move forward with my research. And I probably wouldn't talk about spirituality that much unless it came up. I would be going there to network, and that's what I'm saying. Like, no, I mean, like, it would be so whatever tangible benefits I had from going there would basically be completely independent of our relationship. I mean, say that I don't think any, like, and you know, so I have to plan or think that out. And you know, so my thought had been to finish the tour of my library and some more Ask the Rabbis, and then I would try to start streaming on my own channel stuff about consciousness, multiple truth hypothesis, maybe have a little writings, a web page. So if I'm at the conference, like, I have a web page. If I talk to people, they'd be like, check out my web page, and you know, maybe even to you have some interviews or conversations with some of the people before I go there. You know, it's possible someone like Justin Riddle or something. You know, various you know, people that have on social media that have. I mean, I plan it out. Like, I've thought about my plan, and you know, so I made my web page. I bought StreamYards, and you know, I have to start looking in, like, you know, probably like 3 months in advance. I have to, you know, I probably have to buy a plane ticket and book the hotel room. So like the plane ticket. So I probably have another 2 months to decide, and you know, then I will actually have to, you know, like, buy a plane ticket and book the hotel room, and you know, then there will be a cancellation fee probably. You know, that would maybe be a few $100s if I canceled. So you know, then we'll see over, you know, and then, you know, moving into that. But no, I mean, it doesn't look like we would. I mean, I'd still have some benefit to working with you and saying that we have working together within that. But
well,
you know,
some people might see the benefit, some people not. I don't want to pressure you or anything. I guess I don't travel very well.
Yeah, it's fine. But I mean, I'm just, yeah, I mean, we would have
The thought of being publicly disagreed with by someone in my circle is basically my worst nightmare. So, just
we
to be
still
clear.
I mean, presumably we still have our study sessions. Maybe we'll cut them shorter. But yeah, I'm looking for a way to see some sort of tangible advancements, so to say, my career, my research, and
wouldn't that be to go over the work you've done on your writing on the show, maybe?
well, we've already went over it. So I mean, but at this point, it's mostly research. And I think I have to, so I'll get through my library over the next month and a half, and maybe some of my Judaic research, just put it out there, and then try to come up with something more tangible in the multiple truth hypothesis. And yeah, I mean, Week in Review is still helping with that. And
like, I don't mind spending much more time on that diagram you have if you think it's going to help with MTH, which it might. I mean, I have no idea what this thing's going to end up looking like. And obviously, it's, you have to be the one to write it.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, so it would be sort of a time to go over thoughts about whatever was missing in the, I don't know, narrative voice. But that's fine if you don't see the value in that. That's cool. I mean, I don't look at things, to me, spending many, many hours discussing a very niche specific topic is like, that's exactly what I want to do all the time. Like yesterday, I talked about metaphysics for hours and I did not get bored at all. And this morning, I talked about metaphysics again for hours. And I wasn't bored. I thought you might want to go over the Ashish Dalila article more, but I guess not. Like an in-depth discussion. Well, the one that you sent me.
Well, I sent two this week. The one on the Mabart and the one on religious people versus religions.
I'm thinking of the Mabart one. Owing to this difficulty, the West tries to flatten the ladder to treat everything as equally important. It criticizes the latter as polytheism, contradictory claims, divisive sects, and discrimination. They never inquire about the latter, what is lower and what is higher, why does something exist along with other things, what is the purpose behind the existence of many things. They just assume that their flattened model of quality, uniformity, and monochromatism is how everything must be explored. This Western idea is how the source of the subsequent troubles as we often encounter in Western academics. So I thought that was really interesting. And such. So yeah, I guess it's a question of, well, one of the things I'm interested in is like, can they actually be reconciled? And whenever Doooovid gives up and is all negative about our combos, I think, no, they probably can't be reconciled. But when Doovid's positive, I think maybe they can be. It's like funny. Doovid's become like my thermometer of whether I have hope that the two paradigms can be reconciled. So yeah. I guess you're not planning on having any commentaries on anything Eastern in your multiple truth hypothesis?
Well, I mean, God forbid, because your questions are almost indicative that you don't understand what I'm talking about. Because I mean, it's a tool that could be used for anything. If I'm going to write on the example of that,
I know, but the question is whether you're going to include examples from that, right? I get that.
I mean, if I had the theory out and I was writing regularly, yeah, I would probably write on that. If I eventually have a book, if I would include that, I don't know. I mean, for the Science of Consciousness conference, probably not. although it probably is quite a few people at the science consciousness, I mean, even Hammurabi was a Buddhist or Buddhist leanings.
I feel like most scientists are. I
So,
guess the first thing that comes to mind is metaphysical deniers, but aren't most scientists like kind of more on the atheist side or I don't know how to put it into words, but
I mean, there's a big divide. I mean, factually, most scientists are Christian. I mean, relative to the population of like 80%, 75, 80% of Americans are Christian, and only the plurality, like still like 60% of scientists are some form of affiliated Christian, although the believer rate might only be 30, 40%. And even saying like what is, so you just have to go with polling statistics. And I've went over this on various times before. I'm always showing like the Pew Research and data on polling, and for scientists, I've shown some of the polling data and statistics.
I meant more that pretty much every scientist is going to say that they're not making metaphysical assertions because of the cultural.
That's a professional requirement.
Yeah, like just shut up and calculate, that quote there. Like they're not in, the average scientist isn't in a position to affirm or deny whether they're engaged in a metaphysical endeavor or whatever that may mean.
You have a professional requirement, and then you have your own personal beliefs, and your own personal beliefs could have some crossover with your work, but still you like a professional professional requirement to have some form of separation
For science, right? Is that what we're talking about? Sure. So you're saying like a bunch of scientists are Christian, but they still have to separate their Christianity from science, presumably because the science is objective or something like that.
Well, no, because because they're licensed, and you may have taken some sort of. I mean, if they're a doctor, they've taken an oath, or they have some sort of professional obligation in their licensing to separate out their personal beliefs from their professional aspect, and that their professionalism is coded, that when they're doing something professionally, it's bound by some sort of code that separates their personal beliefs. You have to look at specifically what type of engineer you are, what type of scientist are you, or like, I mean, if you're a university professor or researcher, where what type of, if you actually have a contractual obligation, or you've taken some sort of formal oath, or you have a license that has to be renewed every so often, that has some sort of stipulations.
Right on. So let's see. I kind of feel like whatever it is I'm going to say you're not interested in. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm not sure where to go from here.
in terms of replying to what I said in my week in review, or you don't have your own week in review, or all you have is a bunch of pictures that you made?
Well, I was working on my writing for most of it, but I didn't talk about myself as the I didn't get into my personal subjective motives or anything. So I figured you would be like not wanting to hear that because it wouldn't make sense, quote unquote.
Well, I mean, if you're, I mean, if you're being honest, if you're saying that you worked on your writing, or you're saying you used Chat GPT to generate some writing, or like you're trying to like test me or trick me to tell whether like
Okay,
what you
first of all,
generated with
what would
ChatGPT.
I be tricking on you on exactly? Like,
Where you say I wrote this when you generated with Chat GPT, and just if you're not even clear with that, and I mean actually the tech blog.
I'm really just so thrilled that you have such high standards for me.
Well, just that you're not even clear with that. Like, if you said that, and then I said like, there's not much to look at to say like, do I want to look at what you had Chat GPT generate? And it was kind of what I was talking about, like tangible progress. That it's hard to tell like what tangible progress is it's being achieved by looking at your I can tell like your writing or your Chat GPT generations.
Well, in the last episode, you said, why do I have to reimagine physics? Why do I have to reimagine physics? You said that like probably 300 times. And then I wrote an argument for why you have to reimagine physics, listing a few of glaring problems on the paradigm level of physics. So this is in response to your thing. That's been going on for several
you
weeks
wrote
now.
or you used Chat GPT to generate that, and so it almost seems like just that you if just that you're unclear with that makes it almost annoying to like you're trying to trick me or something. Like, did you use Chat GPT to generate this, or did you write it?
Well, it's hard for me to explain it because you refuse to use Chat GPT. So it's sort of hard to explain the flow to you. And I'm not sure why the flow would be important as much as the argument.
If you're just saying you use Chat GPT to help you write this, or I mean, even that, it just makes it hard to. I tried to explain that last week, like in terms of the necessary of the who and why.
So the first sentence is current physical models have limitations when it comes to understanding the role of the observer in the act of observation in the physical world, particularly in regards to the observer effect in quantum mechanics, and the measuramental implications of the metaphysical implications of the mathematical operations of calculus. What's so hard about that?
I don't say anything hard about it, but
like obviously ChatGPT didn't write that. That's obviously all me, and all ChatGPT did was put it in an order that made it make sense. So, does it make sense? Like, first of all, the like, idea of ChatGPT
things
writing
make sense. If it's a sentence, like I'm saying, even if it's bad writing, it makes sense. I mean, even if it doesn't follow, if it follows form, even if it's illogical, you say it makes sense.
So there's no connection between something making sense and being logical? Is that right? So sentence 1, there's the problem. Sentence 2, there's a solution. To address these limitations, better understand the nature of consciousness and its relationship to the physical world, I propose panpsychism, specifically process materialist panpsychism. Still following?
Yeah, I looked at this when you sent it before we started.
Okay. So what's the argument then?
Are you like quizzing me, or you just want to read your paper?
I don't know. I mean, did you actually read it, or because you're not actually giving me any feedback, so it's not helping. But okay.
That's what I'm saying. I could try to give you feedback on your writing if it's, I mean, it's what I say, if it's just ChatGPT generated, I'm not sure if it's like feedback. It's just like, like I read an article, I read something, and I mean, I don't know if there's any feedback. Like you sent me some links, I looked at them. Some of them were interesting, some were mildly interesting. I didn't have any feedback. You're saying if it's editing your writing, that's different than just, or if you're just saying like, yeah, I'm having a hard time like following what you want from me. It's like, okay, I looked at your writing. What do you want me to say? It's like, did you
Did it make sense? Was it compelling? Was the logic correct? Was the were the sentences? What was the one you were always saying? Passive voice. I mean, that was the main problem. Is that still there?
no, I mean, it's not even up on the screen now.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just sending the link to memes in case you want to come on and say hi. What's up, memes? Yeah. So, well, the issues were passive voice, right? I mean, there were many issues, but one of the issues was passive voice. Is that gone? To me, it seems like it's gone.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, it's hard to read because it doesn't have a narrative voice anymore. Just like, it's back to like list or dictionary entry, where or like encyclopedia entry or something, and it's hard to say if current physical models have limitations when it comes to understanding the role of the observer in the act of observation in the physical world, particularly in regards to the observer effect in quantum mechanics and the measurement implications of the metaphysical implication of the mathematical operation of calculus. And I'm not sure if that's accurate. Saying, is it only in quantum mechanics where there's limitations understanding the role of the observer in the acts of observation in the physical world? Does the problem exist in Newtonian mechanics and Lagrangian and Hamiltonian? I'm not sure even if that's right. Current physical models have limitations when it comes to understanding the role of the observer in the act of observation in the physical world.
Yeah, it's the hard problem of consciousness.
But is that only in quantum mechanics and relativistic physics? Does that problem exist in Newtonian mechanics?
Well, Newtonian mechanics is classical physics, so yeah, definitely there's no observer effect in that either. But that's not the model that's used, so.
Well, I think it is the model that's, I mean, if you're purposely being misleading to add stress to whatever point you're trying to make.
Well, certainly I'm trying to be as clear as possible, but it's a very obscure subject, so I expect there to be like.
But I mean, current physical models, if you mean that, no, I mean, generally, current models of classical physics do not have limitations when it comes to understanding the role of the observer, the act of observation in the physical world. It's only in Einsteinian or quantum mechanics where that comes up.
Right. So classical physics cannot answer the question at all. So it doesn't exist for classical mechanics. So is that a problem for classical mechanics, or like, I don't understand what you're saying exactly.
What I'm saying that is that when you say current physics models, I'm not sure if it's accurate or misleading if you mean Einsteinian or
we don't have a
quantum
unified.
mechanics.
What I think I mean is that we don't have a unified interpretation of the Copenhagen interpretation.
But that's not important for classical physics. That's not important for Newtonian physics. That's not important for the most physics that people do. For the physics of your daily life, that's not important.
Sure. But we're talking about why isn't there a physics model of consciousness? There isn't one. Therefore, physics has a problem. Basically what the argument is. I don't know why I need to bring in, I'm confused like how I would bring in classical mechanics into that. You say classical mechanics also doesn't account for the observer effect. I mean, if it's an unsolved problem, if the hard problem of consciousness isn't solved, then no system of physics accounts for it.
Yeah, so I'm not sure you're leading here. So your current physics models have limitations when it comes to understanding the role of the observer in the act of observation in the physical world. I mean, is there a non-physical world?
Well, it would
non-physical.
be whatever's
I mean,
outside
even
of whatever's
physical
directly.
models, I mean, because you're not even using the word physics, you're using the word physical, and I'm not even sure what. No, I'm not, I mean, honestly, I don't think it makes sense. If you said current physics models, but you're saying current physical models, I mean, what is was a physical model? And here, like, what's the physical world? You're implying that there's a non-physical world, that physical makes
How
them
exactly
different?
am I implying that there's a non-physical world? I'm specifying that I'm referencing the physical world. I'm not implying a non-physical world. You may have inferred a non-physical world, but at no point did I say, oh, by the way, there's this non-physical world too.
Well, yeah, when you say acts of observation in the physical world, that if it's a modifier without distinction, so the assumption is that if you're using a modifier, it probably has distinction. So if you said for observation in the world, and you're adding in the modifier physical world, it's a loose implication that there's also a non-physical world, or else you didn't need to tell me physical. And then
I
I'm not
did
sure why.
if I'm trying to, well, it's process materialist panpsychism. So it's a bit confusing because it's a materialist doctrine
Almost
that
certain that's
derives
incorrect.
from
If
a
you mean current
mentalist.
physics models, physical models, you mean like physical models, like I would build like a replica or some sort of model?
Yeah, you're right. It's
That's
physics models. I put that wrong. Yeah. Current physics models. Yeah, not physical. I'm not talking about a replica of a plane or something. So good catch there. This is
so I mean,
why
that's
I'm a
clearly incorrect.
dumbass.
Okay, that's clearly incorrect there. Current physics models have limitations when it comes to understanding the role of the observer in the act of observation. And yeah, I'm not sure physical world's correct there either. If it'd be material world or just world. What does even the physical world mean?
The part of the world that would be subject to our treatment of physics. But yeah, I guess I could put material, but then that implies that, other stuff. So I think it is better to put physical, as in stuff that we can treat with physics.
I mean, you just mean world. If you're writing physical world, that you're implying that the modifier to world is necessary.
There is a
And
necessary
if
modifier
you
to
had
go
just
from
put world,
non-dualism to panpsychism.
if you had just put world without physical, that you might have thought that it was something other than the physical world had you not put physical.
You might have not realized, okay, when I put physical, it's an emphasis. It's that, there's only one world, but the particular emphasis that I want to highlight here is physical, because what we're talking about is all about measurement and how, there's a level of numerical interpretation when we're taking measurements. Sorry for being unclear there. So the two things, because like honestly, like I didn't want to make a huge treatise and all the problems in physics, because it's like, if I'm going to make those points, I have to presuppose my own conclusions about consciousness. And I don't want to do that, because the whole point of the book is to present the things about consciousness as hypotheses, not presuppose them in a treatise about, some hypothetical explanation in physics. So that's where I was like, okay, I'll focus on a couple of problems. And one of them is that we don't have like a set interpretation or a correct interpretation of what calculus means on the physical level. That was one thing. And then the other one is just like, yeah, that's actually basically it. Just the first one.
Yeah, I mean, just like, I mean, it has to go back to the Greek, because like the meanings of these words and physical and material are self-referential, but physical relating to the body as opposed to the mind.
Physical is stuff that we can measure, and matter is the thing that gets measured.
I mean, physical relating to things perceived through the senses as opposed to the mind, tangible or concrete.
Well, when I say physical, I mean the things we can agree fall under the domain of physics. So I am, talking about physics, but it's materialism. Even though it comes from mentalism, it's materialism that I'm referencing within the greater scope of mentalism, because that's
just
the
the
point of
word
it.
physical implies dualism.
That's correct. So there is, are you possibly frustrated with the apparent dualism in my alleged non-dualistic system?
What you said doesn't make sense. So say like, no, I mean, it doesn't make sense, because if you're non-dualist, you don't need the word physical. It's implied.
Yeah, I know it's implied, but I'm not. The thing is that
dualism.
I wouldn't have to specify it if my audience was already transcendentally enlightened, but they're not. So the point is, I got to put the emphasis there so that they don't accidentally think I'm saying something that I'm not. A lot of my assertions are theological. I'm going to make just physical assertions. We got to focus on, well, matter-centric and physics. Not everything is physics. Like, obviously, I think you would agree with me that the overlap of physics and theology is not 100%.
I mean, physics is a subfield of theology.
See, that is a debate, I wouldn't even go that far. I would say there may be an overlap. Definitely is an overlap. Sorry, we got kicked off the call there.
Your screen keeps on disappearing, so I can't read it.
Sorry about that. We're back though, but I think that we missed like 20 seconds. I'm really sorry about that.
Okay, and the screen keeps on disappearing, so I can't. I'm trying to look at it, and it's not there.
It should be there now. I hope it's visible, and I'll screen share you again. I'll pin you to the screen there. Sorry about that.
Oh,
and
yes.
No idea what happened there.
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess looking at it, okay, so if your opening sentence is confusing because, like, introduction to to the topic, and if it's not like, okay, but I guess particularly in regard to the observative effect in quantum mechanics and the measurement implications of the metaphysical implications of the mathematical operations of calculus. So I don't think that really makes sense. So there's limits in understanding the observer and the act of observation in the physical world, particularly in regards to the observer effect in quantum mechanics and the measurement implications of the metaphysical implications of the mathematical operations of calculus.
Yeah, so I
God
would just
forbid, the
say
mathematical implications of the metaphysical implications of the mathematical operations of calculus. So, I mean, like, that's got to be a really, whatever you're trying to say, it might be able to decipher, but I mean, that's like really bad
I
wording.
checked several times, and that is in fact what I mean. But I completely agree that it sounds like shit because it's self-referential so many times that it's like, what the hell are we even talking about here? So I could,
Well, I mean, one thing, like, it's already a run-on sentence, so I mean, if you just put a period after the physical world, and particularly as a new sentence, like, that would help it. That would, instantaneously help some. And I don't even know if particularly um, would make sense as the right word to start it off with. But so it's a run-on sentence. So separating from particularly into a new sentence would, definitely make some difference. And then just to go through these phases, the observer effect in quantum. The measurement implications of the metaphysical implications of the mathematical operation of calculus. So, metaphysical, you're already talking about the grounding of physical in something non-physical.
well, perhaps I could use the term
That's what we
semantic.
said.
I might be
Theology.
able to use the
Metaphysical,
term
you're talking.
semantic. Perhaps semantic would be a better word. I wouldn't have to use the term metaphysical. I could use the term semantic. Would that make more sense?
Well, I mean, maybe implications is the difficulty. I mean, if you're talking about
because then if I say semantic, then I have to say that language shapes meaning, and I kind of don't want to say that because I feel like that's not a hypothesis that people are gonna. That's not a credible hypothesis. Maybe
I'm not sure there implications. It's more framing or
okay, like it's how's the best way to word a potential solution to the hard problem of consciousness.
I'm not sure if, like, what Sohm was saying to T jump, if you have the same issue, or, like, I don't think I don't think your misunderstanding of the metaphysics is as bad as T jumps. We're saying physics is framed within metaphysics.
Absolutely, yeah. Every different school's got different conventions on metaphysics, but I think you and I can come to a convention about the meaning of that term, surely.
Well, I mean, that's why science itself is framed in a philosophical school with metaphysical assumptions.
Absolutely.
Metaphysical, if you're calling implications, I'm not even sure implications.
We could pick different words here, and it's sort of hard. It's hard to be delicate about how to say it because you're kind of always sidestepping the hard problem, which can't be referenced with language. But we kind of want to make the point that even though we can't get a theory of everything of consciousness, we can still have theories that are, like, in a way universal, in a way that might be comparable to, like, the not the monkey, sorry, the elephant, the blind men and the elephant, where they're all kind of getting that different perspective. And you can get a complete perspective relative to a single vantage, but there doesn't exist an absolute perspective.
I have to put it back. Like, I mean, really, your whole introduction is nonsensical. Because, I mean, maybe you're saying something, but, like, your framing of it is nonsensical or very poor. And is looking to address these limitations and better understand the nature of consciousness. I mean, one thing, you haven't even mentioned consciousness yet. So, to address these limitations and better understand the nature of consciousness and its relationship to the physical world, and you have this problem, like, we propose the idea of panpsychism, specifically process material panpsychism. So, I mean, who's this we? I mean, because, like,
so I should put I there. I propose. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, no, I mean, it's not even I. I mean, panpsychism is like a school that's been around for thousands of years. So I mean, you're not proposing the idea of panpsychism to solve these. I mean, you're trying to give a metaphysical framing of these ideas in a panpsych. You're not proposing panpsychism. I mean,
Okay.
panpsychism's like an idea in school that's been around for thousands of years.
I'm proposing it as a model of physics. That's right. I didn't put that in, and I should have been more specific.
But I don't think you're proposing it. I mean, I mean, it's nonsense. Like, no, you didn't come up with panpsychism. It's been around thousands of years. Like, it just seems fantastic and like nonsensical. Like, you're like, oh, I have this great invention. It's called panpsychism. And it's like, what the hell? Like, I've heard of panpsychism before. Like, that's not your invention. You're not proposing the idea of panpsychism.
Okay.
I mean, there's no way that's right.
Yeah, I propose process materialist panpsychism, my own adaptation of panpsychism.
And I don't even know if
Like
you're
that.
proposing that. And I mean, it's not really what you're doing. And that's your first sentence is problematic. So this sentence is problematic because what you're saying, if there's a problem in the metaphysical framing of physics, that is there an internal problem in physics, or is there a problem in the metaphysical framing of physics, and you're proposing a different metaphysical framework, and you're not even proposing it. I mean, because like that, it just kind of
No.
makes you look dumb because you're like, because like these are conversations like thousands of years old that hundreds of people have already had. So like, you're not really proposing something. You just make yourself look ignorant because like obviously, this is
You don't
stuff
have
that's
to
already
keep
well
beating a
researched.
dead horse. You don't have to keep beating a dead horse. I get it. Did you hear what I said though?
Well, yeah, I'm hearing what you're saying. Just saying it's I'm not going to say the word doesn't make sense, but it was just still kind of poor writing and hard to follow, and and it's problematic. Just the expression. We propose the idea of panpsychism. It's not only like poor writing and hard to understand. It's problematic because I'm looking at I'm losing faith in the writer. That like now it's hard. Like now I already have like some sort of distaste for the author. Like, who the hell is this author telling me that they propose panpsychism? So and then it goes to like the who question. So it's like like when I created the universe, like who's this universe? That who's this author that's claiming that they created the universe? So just like it's so your poor writing becomes problematic in the who question. But I mean, so skipping that, whatever, um, process material panpsychism, and like I mean, you haven't defined any of these things.
Yeah, I should have said I propose process materialist panpsychism. Excuse me, a particular adaptation of panpsychism that is designed according in order to be consistent with the principles of non-dualism. There you go. It's very long-winded. It's just like I'm reminded of those interminable German words. I guess it's just necessary for the meaning to be complete to include all these qualifiers. But yeah, I can definitely break that in. Well, of course, it's going to take time because it's like 4 levels of abstraction in a single term. But I mean, the thing is sort of being slipped in is like, well, what are the metaphysical implications of math? And it's like that is itself its own argument. It's like, you know what I mean when I say that. You see how it's inevitable that math would metaphysically influence interpretations of physics, regardless of someone's underlying quote unquote ontology or whatever.
No, I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I've studied the subject. I have some concept about what they mean, but like, no, I don't know what you mean because what you're saying, if you want to use the terminology,
The parallel lines postulate. The parallel lines postulate is an assertion about math.
So this approach defines consciousness as the irreducible process of matter and observation as vibrational interference, offering a way. I can't even read it. Like you moved it down, and the week in review thing is covering it. So I can't even read it. I can't even read it.
Sorry. Okay, so when I say that the parallel lines postulate is a metaphysical claim, that doesn't make any sense to you then? Because it's not a physical claim, because you can't put any evidence to me that actually gives this is actually, oh yeah, straight lines that's physical. You can't point to that. So it's a metaphysical assertion. You know, do you understand what that means? I'm not saying you have to agree with it, but do you understand what that means?
I'm not sure if like Euclid's parallel postulate, if that's considered metaphysics, the geometry. I think geometry exists within
I'm not
metaphysics.
asking you about other people's interpretations. I'm asking you interpretational wise, because you can't point to a physicality of it. Like I can say matter is physical. That makes sense because we can agree, like, oh yeah, my table is matter and it's made of that, blah, blah, blah. Can't say that for, other stuff, like what you were saying.
Yeah, man, I don't even see where you're mentioning the parallel postulate line.
Because I don't want to go into all that. I'm trying to get the point across as to why the metaphysical interpretations it's the metaphysics of calculus that's causing the misunderstanding in physics. And you're saying, I'm not sure I know what it means for there to be metaphysics in math. Well, it's because in order to make a measurement about distance, you have to make assumptions about how distance is defined relative to the actual sizes that you're able to measure yourself, i.e. the hypotenuse with the Pythagorean theorem and so forth. So when I say math is metaphysical, I mean the assumptions about math tell us something about how to look at physics. They don't actually tell us anything about physics. Matter tells us something about physics. That's the difference. So
I'm not sure if you're using metaphysics. I mean, just basic. I mean, even the second metaphysics, abstract theory of no basis in reality, the branch of philosophy that deals with the first principle of things, including abstract concepts such as
the ground of being,
knowing,
the ground
substance,
of being. It's the ground
cause,
of being.
identity, time, and space.
It's the ground of being. Do you agree that things are known through being the self?
I'm not sure.
Do you think that being the self is a prerequisite of knowing stuff?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So do you agree that some people would think that being the self was a prerequisite to knowledge?
Or I agree that that's a metaphysical claim.
Would you agree that some people would agree with it?
Well, yeah, it's a metaphysical claim that some schools ascribe to, some people ascribe to.
Right. So the ground of that being is metaphysics. So you might say that you don't need to ground a being, but then we can say, well, there's also a universal being. So your knowing anything is predicated on a ground of being, whether or not you accept being the self as a prerequisite to knowledge, which is obviously
what you're
fallacious
this
claim.
essay here is complicated enough to get off the subject.
I'm trying to show you how math is necessarily metaphysical because it shapes an understanding of physics.
None of this stuff is in
framing.
your essay, so
Right.
your essay is complicated enough without getting off the subject of what's in your essay.
Well, I'm trying to explain the essay.
And then to say if this isn't in your essay and you need it to explain your essay, then why is it not there? So just whatever you're talking about now is just unnecessarily complicating things.
Well, it's not in the essay because I thought it would be unnecessarily complicated to include, but it seemed like you were struggling to understand what I was saying, so I thought I would give the example and see whether
I
you
mean,
can follow
that's
the
why
meaning.
your writing is unreadable, because here's the exact problem is like now you're attacking me. Like it's like you know, like the definition of like like the Andrew Tate Hustlers Academy fraud, the cult fraud, where it's like it's a fraud. And when I say like, well, it didn't work, and you said, well, it didn't work because something's fundamentally wrong with you. So it's saying like, well, your essay doesn't make sense to me, and it's like because there's something fundamentally wrong with you. And like so that's why we don't make any progress on your writing, and you almost use like these like cultic type tactics that instead of like improving your writing, you attack the reader. So if you're acknowledging that what you're saying now needs to be understood in order to understand what you said in your essay, then it's not
No.
something fundamentally wrong with me. It's something that fundamentally wrong with your writing, that you didn't include it in your writing.
So I don't really know how to rewrite the thing about
Stop scrolling down, like, because we haven't even got past the introduction. Unless you just want to read it and then like move
I
on.
thought we were past the first bit, but we're not even
We
part of
haven't.
it.
Well, I
Past
say if
it.
you just want to read it, then we get like be like, okay, good job, and see you next week. But I mean, maybe that makes more sense. But I mean, just reading it, like you asked if it makes sense. It's like, I mean, God forbid, like I don't even know if a single one of these sentences makes sense. And then when I try to explain why they don't make sense, it like appears to like you basically like are attacking me. Like, well, it doesn't make sense because you're dumb, because you don't understand things. And then it's like, well, what do you like? But I mean, maybe you're saying a few things that make sense that could be, if it was written in some sort of clear manner. Um, so I don't know. I mean, you want me to read this? You want to just read it, or you want to try going over this sentence by sentence?
Um,
I mean, it appears we hit the same thing. Like, like I try to.
I'm not sure what would make sense because my thought is like, how much time do I have to spend talking about the problems in physics? And now you're saying my explanation of the problem in physics isn't going deep enough, is not explaining itself well enough. So it's got to go deeper into the problems of physics. So the question is, how many words worth of the problems in physics are worth going into? At what point am I just explaining the entire system of physics? I'm not going to do that. But I don't know where to go because obviously the problems there are quite
Well, because
difficult to
that
explore.
goes back to your always fundamental problem in your writing, your introduction, your narrative voice, your who, what. I mean, your what, who, why, and how. Obviously, you don't have to completely explain physics. Like, what are you talking about? Who are you to be talking about it? Why are you talking about it? And how are you going to talk about it? So, if you're trying to give this like what and why without the who and like a little bit of the how, but like I mean, your what and why are very unclear. So, if your what is process material panpsychism, you shouldn't wait till your thesis statement to introduce it. And you should define that. Like if your essay is about, and maybe you should like even try separating it. Like if you have like some um the fundamental problems, metaphysical problems with the current state of physics, and then supposed solution or alternative metaphysical framing that might have
Maybe I could just drop the word metaphysical and just say alternative framing and just not get into all that right now. What do you think? I mean, there's no need to make it more difficult than it already is. You said so yourself, right? So perhaps
yeah, I mean,
it's
it's like the
redundant.
all things to all people fallacy, where you're going to give like the short 2-page essay that solves the problem of physics.
Solving the observation, whatever, doesn't solve the problem of physics.
And I mean, it's very unclear, like what you're talking about. You jump around, you don't clearly define terms. I mean, some of the just the wording is problematic that makes it almost unintelligible. And I mean, it's like platitudes of like talking about like deep issues, but in a way that is like unclear, like one step to the next. So, I'm not sure. Like, man, like I read it, but yeah, I don't know what to make of it. This approach defines consciousness as the irreducible process of matter, and observation as vibrational interference, offering a way to understand the relationship between universal consciousness and individual subjectivity, and to construct a coherent model of consciousness within the framework of physics.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you should just read the essay from start to finish.
Current physical models have limitations when it comes to understanding the role of the observer in the act of observation in the physical world, particularly in regards to the observer effect in quantum mechanics and the measuramental implications of the metaphysical implications of the mathematical operations of calculus. To address these limitations and better understand the nature of consciousness and its relationship to the physical world, we propose the idea of panpsychism, specifically process materialist panpsychism, which I should have rewritten as, process materialist panpsychism, and then defined it as an approach to physics where
You probably
consciousness
should have just
can
wrote we
be
propose.
described scientifically.
You probably should have just wrote we propose process material panpsychism, like the
Yeah,
idea of
yeah,
panpsychism,
yeah,
specifically process. Just shorten that to we
yeah.
propose or we propose
That's fine.
process
That makes
material
total sense. Yeah,
panpsychism.
that makes total sense. So, like the current framework of physics has been incredibly successful in describing and predicting a wide range of I probably shouldn't have put physical in there, but from the from classical to quantum mechanics, physics has developed powerful theories and mathematical models that have helped us understand the fundamental properties and behavior of the natural world. However, there are certain limitations to current physical models that make it difficult to fully account for the role of the observer in the act of observation in the physical world. So, yeah, I guess the physical world thing probably can just be dropped. That's probably extra entrails of GPT there. The observer effect states that the act of observing or measuring a physical system alters the behavior or properties of that system. This phenomenon is an essential feature of quantum mechanics, but its mathematical implications are not fully understood. In classical mechanics, it is generally assumed that the act of observation doesn't affect the physical system being observed. However, in quantum mechanics, this is not the case. The act of measurement can change the state of a quantum system, a phenomenon known as the observer effect. Mathematical operations of calculus, specifically the concept of, evaluating the derivative of the representation of a physical substance as a limit, also have metaphysical implications. In the case of abstract mathematics, the implication is that the operations of calculus do not change the function upon which derivatives are computed. However, the Copenhagen interpretation defines observation as a collapsing of the system into one of its proper states of the wave function, and the mathematics of the uncertainty principle invoke the operations of calculus in a manner suggesting they do indeed correspond to the collapsing of a system into one of its position eigenvalues and co-rising range of momentum eigenvalues. Whoops, it looks like my thing's frozen. Just hang on a minute here. Hopefully the whole thing's not gone. Okay, we're still good. Whoops. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're still lacking like well-formed paragraphs that transition and explain like what the last paragraph, that like, opening sentence that explains what you're talking about, that transitions, connects to the last paragraph, and I mean, it's unclear even if it does, like, so if it's just a list, or if you're taking me somewhere.
So I should say I'm taking the reader towards a better understanding of consciousness somehow.
Well, I mean, with like, therefore, having established now, so just like a typical opening sentence to the paragraph, having established this, now, and we talk about this, and then some sort of concluding sentence to the paragraph that reminds the reader what they were supposed to have gotten out of that paragraph.
I put overall, these limitations suggest that a new approach may be needed in order to obtain a framework capable of resolving the observer and the act of observation into model consciousness as a material phenomenon. I'll next present a possible new approach to mathematical physics called process materialist panpsychism. So
I mean,
that
you
was
do
the
that
end
at
of the
the end of
one.
your section.
And then going to the next section, I didn't feel the need to then reassert the same thing, but you're saying I should then say, well, in this section, we're going to talk about this.
You should have something like that in each of your paragraphs. So you have that at the end of your section, but you should have some sort of opening and closing sentence to each paragraph. So you only really have a closing sentence to the end of the section.
I don't really think they're long enough to have a.
Well, because they're not really properly paragraphs anyways. I mean, it's
not, making what? What about this section? Would I make these 4 sections into one paragraph? Do you think?
It's too much to edit it, because like, I mean, if you just want to read it, because it'd be too much work to even edit this, or whether this is something that could be edited into a paper at all.
Okay.
So I mean, I guess just let you keep on reading, but like as you're reading, like then it's it's just like in one ear and out the other, because it's like a list of but I mean, I guess go ahead.
So if consciousness is a physical process, then it should be possible to describe and understand it within the framework of physics. However, the current limitations of physics, particularly the inability to fully account for the observer effect and uncertainty surrounding the physical equivalent of the operations of calculus, make it difficult to construct a coherent model of consciousness. So to me, that's kind of a summary of the last bit, but I didn't really explicitly say it.
Yeah, it's almost like a complete repetition of what you said in the introduction, which I mean is okay, but
yeah, well, this isn't the introduction, right? Like, this is the problems with physics, these 4 bits here. So it's,
well, I'm saying that's good that it's almost a complete repetition of what you said in the introduction.
Great. Okay, where was I?
That's like a signpost in a roadmap.
Okay, good. Lack of a physical model for consciousness raises questions about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to the physical world. I should probably just drop that sentence entirely because it's not adding anything. My solution is to reimagine the way that we approach physics such that it becomes consistent with non-dualism. Non-dualism is a philosophy that posits the absence of separation between all things. In this perspective, consciousness is absolute. Therefore, in order for a physical model to benefit from the parsimony of non-dualism, it must be consistent with the concept that consciousness is absolute. We therefore arrive at panpsychism, a class of models which hold that I put that, but there shouldn't be that. Hold consciousness to be a fundamental feature of the universe. Within panpsychism, there are various ways the relationship between consciousness and the physical world could be defined. Our particular approach here is process materialist panpsychism, which defines consciousness to be the irreducible process of matter. In this perspective, the active consciousness the act of observation is defined as vibrational interference. This strategic definition enables pragmatic revelation of the difference, misted of and there, between universal consciousness and individual subjectivity through practice. This revealed distinction, rooted in the familiar concepts of vibration and interference, sharpens a subjective understanding of universal consciousness. Okay, this theory resolves the dichotomy between the observer and the observed by defining observation as the subjective process of consciousness. So I don't think this should be a new paragraph. It's just more repetition of what was there before. The physical body is defined as the boundary within which subjectivity emerges, and observation is the internal rendering of the external world. The observed, on the other hand, represents the external rendering onto the inside of the body. In this way, the observer and the observed are simply different perspectives on the same action. By defining the subject as a boundary localized by the body, we negate the need for a subject to be alive or to experience personhood. This allows us to give a substrate-independent definition of intelligence, which has many applications, of which AGI, or artificial general intelligence, is most popular at present. I don't know if that connection is self-evident, but anyway. Substrate-independent definition of subject. Come back to that. Finally, process materialist panpsychism gives a well-defined domain of possibility by imposing limitations on what is possible, by subdividing what is conceivable into that which is excluded and that which is included. And so the inability to make 3 + 1 simultaneous observation forms the basis of PMP, which restricts the range of observable possibility to the complement of the shape of impossibility, the geometry representing 3 + 1 simultaneous observations, precluded by quantum state exclusion. As such, my system that was very, very loud allows a geometric representation of the measuremental physics associated with the observer effect. Process materialist panpsychism is a theory that asserts that I've got an extra that, and their consciousness arises from the fundamental processes of matter and is not separate from it. This theory suggests that structures emerge through the interference of vibrations, and that expressing the mathematics of physical consciousness may aid in understanding the relationship between matter and consciousness, potentially benefiting practitioners of matter physics and optimizing their applications. So I'll probably remove that entire section because it doesn't really add anything. In conclusion, the current framework of physics has limitations in its ability to fully account for the role of the observer and the act of observation, as well as the metaphysical implications of calculus. To address these limitations is proposed a new approach called PMP be taken in order to provide a coherent model of consciousness as a physical process. This approach defines consciousness as the irreducible process of matter and the act of observation as vibrational interference, allowing for a more complete understanding of the relationship between consciousness and the physical world. Time-honored tradition of non-dualism is reflected in the art of boundary approximation and then implemented in physics as process materialist panpsychism, which approximates boundaries as minimally varying. So this is sort of where I was not quite finished writing, so I don't think these last sentences necessarily make sense totally, but yeah, that's about as far as I got. And then having to express next challenge is going to be to express this like non-trivial double negation thing, which is going to come in this diagram of where, you know,
well, that's it. I mean, I think your whole boundary metaphysical grounding is, I mean, I don't even put like incorrect, but contradictory, because if you're saying that you're non-dualism and you're using the word physical world, and then you mean consciousness is a product of the physical world. So, I mean, panpsychism has said like that panpsychism generally is a dualistic term. That's why literally the word implies psyche, which is the soul and non-physical. So if you're saying that the physical world, you're having a non-dualistic solution to consciousness in the physical world by proposing panpsychism, it's contradictory. So I mean, they have to clearly define these terms. So how are you giving a non-dualistic solution? We're just looking at your metaphysical framing. You're saying that your non-dualistic approach to physics that's going to explain consciousness.
It's not a non-dualistic approach to physics. It's an approach to physics consistent with non-dualism. So by taking it from non-dualism to panpsychism, we're
What's the
putting a
difference between
condition on it.
non-dualism and materialism?
Well, non-dualism is a philosophy. Materialism is a very general, possibly meaningless term, but if we take it at face value, is referencing matter, which is understood to be something observable. Which is sort of like, okay. But I think we can agree that the material world is the shared experience. Like a chair is matter. So if I take your point, are you saying that non-dualism isn't consistent with dualism, which is science is dualistic? Or wait, no, you said panpsychism is dualistic. I think that's the part I'm not really understanding why panpsychism you think is dualistic. Because I'm just saying, like, non-dualistically, consciousness is absolute and that's all there is. So how's that not consistent?
We're saying that your physics and the rules of the material realm, and then you're non-dualist, implying that there's not two distinct things. So if there's not two distinct things and you're already establishing the physical realm, then how are you not rejecting the spiritual realm?
Well, no, I'm not affirming the physical realm. I'm affirming the physical realm to be part of the spiritual realm. And then I'm saying that it does actually make sense to use dualism as a model when you're starting out between matter and mind, because they are quite different. And dualism is how we come into understanding philosophy. So it's like, you're making a good point here that is sort of easy to miss, I think, if there's not the correct interpretation. So that's why I'm being so, like, probably annoyingly particular about these implementations of words, just because, like, yeah.
Well, yeah, because non-dualism is originating in Vedism and panpsychism in Greek. So I mean, if non-dualism is conceptually referring to that the dualism and dichotomy are illusory phenomenon, that things such as mind and body may remain distinct while not actually being separate.
Yeah.
And if because if you're using the terms of science, which comes from the Greek pantheon, it's very difficult to distinguish that non-dualism appears to be monism. But I mean, it's not really monism because it's a different paradigm. But then you say panpsychism is
Monism applied to non-dualism, and it's a particular kind of monism. It's material monism applied to non-dualism. It's technically non-dualism implemented for that purpose, for that utility of monistic materialism. I mean, the monism would be a consequence of the non-dualism, because it's like the lowest number is 0, and then the next lowest number is 1. And then there's a question as to what the next lowest number is, because we're not sure about what the operation is. So we know 0 and then 1, and then from there it's kind of a bit of a question mark. So it does get a bit confusing. But the idea is that the dualism, there is dualism, it's just qualified. It's not fundamental dualism. There's no fundamental dualism, but then there's non-fundamental dualism.
Well, I mean, the problem is you're mixing philosophies and they're not intrinsically coherent. So the dualism is, there's only one supreme reality. There's no separation between pure awareness and nature. So use slightly different, if we say there's no separation between mind and matter, that would be a Greek terminology. As a Vedic in origin, it might use expressions like pure awareness and nature, which might have slightly differentiation between the Western dichotomy of mind and matter. It's the the non-duality is the recognition that underlying the multiplicity and diversity of experiences, there is a single, infinite, and indivisible reality whose nature is pure consciousness from which all objects and selves derive their apparent independent existence. But there's really no. See, the problem is that physics doesn't arrive from a Vedic paradigm. Physics arises from the Western Greek paradigm of the division between mind and matter. And the non-duality is not necessarily the division between mind and matter that panpsychism arises from. And so panpsychism has different implications to like this pure consciousness, and the closest thing is going to be to interpret non-dualism as monism.
Yep. Well, for physics, yeah. And I wasn't even going to say that.
Metaphysical framing is just problematic. And even in the Vedic paradigm, physics is problematic.
Why?
Because of mind independence.
Okay.
Physics in the Western paradigm arises in a dualistic paradigm of the material realm being separate from mind, and therefore the laws of physics are mind independent.
So we define science as making predictions over a field of observables. That's our definition for science. So what you're saying is like great, but we don't give a shit whether that's science. All we care about is a prediction accuracy. The reality and ultimate reality and all that stuff. That's kind of an aside. Obviously, it's important and interesting, but reliable results is the foundation of this stuff.
So if you're saying that, okay, physics has problems, the explanation of the observer effect is a big problem. The hard problem of consciousness is a big problem. And you're claiming to have solutions or
I think maybe I could say I don't think there's a complete solution, but there's a partial solution for materialism.
And even just the terminology or even the unexplained terminology of...
Sorry, which one's unexplained? I'll just write it down.
Well, non-dualism and panpsychism.
Yeah, I was pretty sure I did define both of them. I think I did. I was so sure that I did,
Well, I don't think. If you did, just read from your definition here again. It's not a long
Within
essay.
panpsychism, let me just see where I put in panpsychism.
So we define.
We arrive at panpsychism, a class of models which hold that consciousness, I should put that, but I should have not put that, will hold consciousness to be fundamental. To be a fundamental feature of the universe. Within panpsychism, there are various ways the relationship between consciousness and the physical world could be defined. Our particular approach here is to, so I think I did define it pretty act pretty specifically.
Yeah, I mean, panpsychism is differentiated between materialism and emergencism. You're saying that
No, panpsychism is a property of a model. So it's not something that exists in and of itself as a model. It's something that a model could. Basically, I don't want to say a property of a model, but that's the only word that comes to mind. But it's like something a model could have as part of it, but in and of itself isn't specific enough to actually be a model. Because in my understanding, a model has to be specific enough that you can generate mechanical motion that will tell you something about a system, aka its motion.
yeah, I mean, it seems contradictory, but that if consciousness is something fundamental, it means it's not a derivative property. It's not derivative of something material. It's fundamental. Is it a non-material fundamental or it's a material fundamental? And so if it's a material fundamental, you're saying that it's not derivative of other material things. That means material is derivative of it. And if material, so I mean, clarify, you're saying consciousness, I mean, one thing is psychism and consciousness the same thing. When you say panpsychism, are you saying that is the same concept as pan consciousness?
I'm only using the term panpsychism because it has a precedent in philosophy, and because I'm taking it to mean something that doesn't intrinsically have any metaphysical suppositions other than consciousness or mind being somehow fundamental.
I mean, saying it's not a derivative of something else, it's a fundamental.
I'm saying panpsychism is not specific enough to define a model, but it's a property that a model could possess. And I'm saying it's a necessary property of this model because of non-dualism.
Yeah, but I mean, it's problematic that panpsychism is almost, you're basically contradictory in your terms. You're
We've
saying
said that a bunch of times. It's
panpsychism
like
is
it's a
something
model.
fundamental, therefore it's not derivative of the material, but yet you're a non-dualist. It's like if psychism is not material and it's fundamental, then how are you a non-dualist? That's the definition of dualism, where you have a material and a psychic realm.
Yeah, so the reality is non-dualism, and then the model is physics, where you separate them. Reality, non-separated. Physics, separated into matter and mind, or causes and effects, or what have you. You know,
So are you
geometries and
saying that
motion.
physics has nothing informative on psychism? That you're non-dualist, but physics is only a material phenomenon? Or are you saying that even though physics is a material phenomenon that could also explain consciousness, even though it's something fundamental that's not derived from the material?
I'm saying if consciousness is fundamental in matter, and we ought to believe that it is because of non-dualism,
Fundamental
then
in matter? You're saying something different. You're saying consciousness is materially fundamental?
yeah, that's always been the claim with regards to physics. That's not the only claim, but it's been the physics claim.
No, that's no. I mean, you're the only one making that claim. You're saying that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's always been my claim. Remember for the longest time how I was saying it was
You're saying that
waveform reduction?
consciousness is a fundamental material thing. Like there's a consciousness particle.
No, because particles aren't fundamental in my system. The fundamental thing in my system is a process, and that process is, I used to say waveform reduction all the time, but you can say, observation or consciousness, but it's the interference of vibration, and vibration is fundamental in matter. Matter is the thing vibrating.
And you're saying consciousness is a vibration?
It's the interference within that vibration. It's the
You're saying
coming into
consciousness
being of
is
structure. It's the
interference in the
coming into being of structure within vibration.
From
self-interference. There's vibration, it self-interferes, and there's a limit to the density, which is 3 + 1 per You can't have more than 3 plus 1 density. So it has this limit. So it always moves away from the limit. But then it can move towards the limit if it gets dense, and then naturally moves away from it. So there's always this sort of
Yeah, I mean,
cycle.
your metaphysics still seems problematic. That if you're saying,
I'm saying that mind is all there is, but that's not coherent for a beginner. So therefore, we model it as though there's mind and matter, and then we look at that relationship. And then over time, we realize that we don't have to believe in matter anymore because it was never there in the first place. It just seemed like it was. And then you just have mind. But then, you're into something where you understand it on a level that isn't in a book. But you could write it down. It just wouldn't necessarily make sense.
yeah, I mean, we don't have to go in a loop on this, but I mean, I think you're.
So you're saying it doesn't make sense, and I don't think it's realistic to think that non-dualist logic is going to make a lot of sense to a beginner. But what about just non-dualism is nothing, and then dualism is when you put a model on it? So there's non-dualism,
there's
there's no science
things
there, and then you put a model on it, and you have science.
I mean, there's a few things of why your writing is problematic. I mean, one, because are you just writing a book report, or are you telling me something unique? And so, if you're just writing a book report, or are you actually proposing something new?
Well, there's Sabine Hassenfelder who's talking about the eigenstates being derivative of the machine. So, to answer what you said, 25 questions ago, I do think there has been limited meaningful incursions into answering the so-called hard problem of consciousness vis-a-vis the Copenhagen interpretation, in particular, the quantum state reduction into the eigenstates convention. I think that is
even
very
your
similar.
Metaphysical framing, and when you're putting together terminology that is problematical, maybe nonsensical.
I'm just not clear what the problem is for using a model of you seem to understand before that you could use monism as a model for non-dualism. It might not be a very good model, but you understand that that's something one could do. And so just the whole system is models. The only stuff you can really write about in a book is a model. You can allude to the source of the models, which is non-dualism, in a book, but you can't say much about it because of its nature as a practice, not a doctrine. So anyway. It sort of seems like you're taking issue with using panpsychism as a term, and I basically used it because it seemed right. But I don't know.
Well, and just your mix and match. And then, so it's panpsychism derives from the Greek Western system, non-dualism from the Eastern system.
Yeah, so
they have different implications that don't necessarily correspond. And if you're using them together, it's unclear if that even makes sense.
Sure.
You're saying you're a panpsychist non-dualist is like saying you're a Greek Hindu.
And you're saying that's impossible, and I'm saying
I'm not saying it's impossible, but
I don't give a shit.
That's just like saying Doooovid's a Jewish Hindu or something. It's you need the multiple truth hypothesis to even comprehend that. So just Jennifer is a Greek Hindu, and okay, that's what am I going to do with that?
Are you familiar with Shankaracharya's treatise on Buddhism?
Yeah,
is that a contradiction?
Well, I'm not sure Shankaracharya talks about panpsychism.
No, I'm asking if Shankaracharya giving a commentary on Buddhism is a contradiction.
Well, giving a commentary?
Yeah.
A criticism or a commentary? I mean, I don't know.
Whatever you want to call it.
I could write a commentary on like the Bhagavad Gita.
You're not answering. I wonder why you're not answering the question.
Well, I don't know why it's a contradiction. You're saying that if you say to write a commentary, but it's saying a synthesis could be a contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
Or then, if it comes to, you
understand that contradictions are meaningless in all but the Western paradigm. Because all the other paradigms don't accept language as absolute, because that's crazy. Possible.
Well, they don't accept logic as absolute.
Right. They don't accept logic as absolute. Well, they might, depending on your definition of that, but they definitely don't accept contradiction as meaning anything in any absolute sense. So,
yeah, so really what you're doing is,
whether this is a contradiction from the perspective of Greek mythology depends as to what the relevance of Greek mythology is now.
So I mean, it's like Ashish Delela, where he could criticize Abrahamism, and he could criticize the Greek Western science paradigm. I mean, they're slightly different. I mean, the two things of the main dominance in the West that is problematic and contradictory to Eastern paradigm, Abrahamism and Greek philosophy. So saying, well, how come there's problems, with Westerners understanding Vedic philosophy? Well, because of Abrahamism and because of Greek philosophy. And there's probably other reasons, but the main problems are Abrahamism and Greek philosophy, which are both in many ways contradictory to Vedism.
Okay.
And so if you're
I don't want to
claiming,
go there in terms of writing. That's way too complicated. Don't you think?
well, I think that's the simplification. And
Is it?
well, I'm saying if you're just trying to write like an essay, when it's unclear, if you just had like a topical essay, saying like, I mean, if you have your like 2-page all things to everything solution to science in 2 pages, so I mean, it's unclear, like, in your introduction, like, but if you had just like a small topical essay, like, I mean, you could have clarified to the author, to the reader, maybe the larger problem, and then what you're going to deal with in your paper. What, who, why, and how. So I mean, you could say that it's problematic. The problem's bigger than you're going to address in your essay, and just clarify to the reader how big the problem is, and then what specific.
So you think the information about claims made by Abrahamic / Greeks about Vedas are relevant to this essay? It just seems like really. I mean, I felt like I was reaching to just go to that level into the math about it, but it's like, oh my god.
Well, you didn't get too much into the Abrahamism, but I think it was more.
Well, you brought it up. That's what I'm saying. Like, well, I'm must be confused as to what you mean.
Well, I was talking about. I mean, if you look at the difference between your essays and Ashish Delela's essays, and so if Ashish Delela's and if he's trying to do something similar to what you're doing, and he has different essays that focus, will usually be separated, where he's talking about the problems in the
He's
conflicting
not positing orthodoxy from the Shad Darshana to the same extent that I am. So he's not doing the same thing as me. He's not trying to reinvent physics to be compatible with materialism. He's more doing an exploration of very important philosophical questions and how those answers already exist to a great extent within the Shad Darshan, which is another very important endeavor, no doubt.
Yes, so just making the point that a lot of his essays will focus either on Abrahamism or the Greeks in association to science in the West. So, I mean, if it's the West in politics, it might focus on Abrahamism. If it's science, it'll focus more on, or philosophy, it'll focus more on the Greeks. And but if you saying that the scientific paradigm is derivative of Greek metaphysics, if you're offering an alternative metaphysics, I mean, you got to think about how you frame it. So I mean, you
yeah, because I could frame it as like a theory of language and say that all definitions are putting like a metaphysical slant because it's like drawing your attention to its.
I mean, God forbid. I mean, just look that 80% of your own viewers say it doesn't make sense, and these are people that listen to you regularly, let alone people that don't listen to you regularly.
Oh, well, I'm not going to lie. 20% is really good.
What is that? Did you vote for yourself?
I didn't vote, but seriously, like
one
it's
person
a miracle
said it made sense.
For one person to say it makes sense is kind of a miracle.
And maybe they just felt bad for you. They didn't actually think it makes sense. They just felt bad for you.
Yeah, we cannot be sure that this is not just a pity vote. So stay tuned.
But I mean, so you something to work on, something to frame it better, something to make it clear in your introduction, and then if you're just writing a few page essay, that you're not gonna solve all problems. You're just gonna give a little bit of an insight, and then to clarify what that insight is, what you're trying to do. Like said, like the journey you're taking your reader on, where they're starting, where you expect them to be starting, and where you expect them to be after reading your essay.
That's really confusing.
Okay, do you have anything else?
No, I think that's good. So reading the essay aloud was pretty helpful. Glad we did that. Yeah, so is there suggestions for like something to work on next week?
I mean, for you, I'm not sure, because like,
or you,
I mean, if you keep on working on the same topic, and you keep on like circling the wagons, but I mean, so like in my essays, I thought like, I picked an issue and I kind of covered it, and then I picked another issue, and so something like bigger, like the multiple truth hypothesis, rather than keep circling the wagon. I just I got to do more research, and so if you're focusing on like your big project, and you're just circling the wagon without making any progress, or any tangible progress. I mean, maybe you're making progress, but it's still not tangible. So if it's okay, did I make tangible progress in my multiple truth hypothesis? I'm not sure, but I produced a coherent essay on a topic, but like I didn't. All I did was produce a coherent topic on essay on some topic. So if you're trying to do something, um, but if you have to put in that terminology, that your progress some of your progress is tangible. Like now, at least you have an introduction and a conclusion. You in that there is some aspect of tangible progress in your writing, but like tangibly, you still haven't really produced a coherent essay, although you have made tangible progress.
That's good. Yeah, I'm wondering whether the idea, which is,
I mean, it could be your intangible progress is progress also,
well, maybe,
but it's
I meant
it's tough
about
to,
like,
it's intangible, so it can't really be determined. Saying like if there's a brink point, a threshold, and you're making some sort of intangible progress, and then all of a sudden you get past the threshold where the intangible progress becomes tangible, but it's very difficult to tell if your intangible progress is pushing you towards a tangible threshold.
oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean really, it's completely indeterminate. Saying the only way, really, to determine if your intangible progress is if it eventually pushes you past some sort of
Well, my
threshold that
current,
makes it tangible.
my current tangible threshold with you is you understanding it. I'm not expecting you to agree with it, but like there's a question of like coherence. So, and also talking to people in chat, like someone like Daryl, I feel like is just dead set and is never going to come around to this no matter what. Because he already has his whatever worldview that just somehow makes it impossible to perceive what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, why is he here though? I mean, he's always here.
I
He's
know,
always
I know.
listening.
I
So,
know.
and obviously, like, I mean, think Daryl, he's listening. He's here. Um, saying like, I mean, you think he's your troll or something, or you think that, or you think there's fundament, so you're attacking your audience. You're saying like, yeah, you're bad and wrong, and that's why you don't get it. It has nothing to do with me.
It
And
may
like,
have something to do with me, but that
you're
wasn't
not
what
going to
I
get
was
anywhere
choosing to
attacking.
highlight in my assertion. So I guess because I feel like if the thought is there, like based on what I read from not Sam Harris, but Steven Pinker in there, Steven Pinker, is that his name? Yeah. I just need to get the vibe or the like gist or the thread of what I'm saying. And you were able to understand, though disagree with, my logic, which was modern physics problems make consciousness incoherent, therefore non-dualism equals panpsychism, and you could follow the logic but didn't agree with it. So to me, that's tangible. Whereas in the past, like not even, I couldn't even get a confirmation you were following the logic in any capacity.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Chat GPT has been some benefit to you to help you give voice to what you were trying to say to, that it's, I mean, your writing's still problematic, but it's coherent to enough of extent to start being comprehensible, and then you further work on it, and you produce a quality essay. Maybe even relatively soon over the next few weeks.
The issue
Next
is
few
like
months.
when you think about a self-evident problem with math, I don't think there is such a thing. So I got to persuade that my opinion about this self-evident problem in math and physics is like the solution to the consciousness problem or whatever. So,
Well, you can't. I mean, saying that's why your reading's almost impossible to read. Like if you're writing like a textbook, like you're saying, like like there's this fundamental, like deep question at the heart of Western science, and then your 2-page essay, you have the solution. As opposed to
it's more like the solution already exists in Western science, just has to be interpreted correctly. Because all the, necessary components have been discovered to some extent. They just have to be put together in a way that actually works with matter.
Yeah, I mean, so when there's what you're saying,
I
and
want to
then
be
maybe
diplomatic about it. I want
how
to be
you
diplomatic about it
frame what you're saying.
in a sense, not disrespectful, but I want to be diplomatic because I feel like I had to rely on what a lot of other people have said in the West to draw these conclusions. And I suppose I could say, like, I think the least action principle is actually consistent with non-dualism. But then I thought that was a terrible idea because then I was trying to argue for something being consistent with non-dualism without having explained non-dualism. That was where I kind of just gave up on that basically completely. So
Yeah, I mean, you could try like maybe even like a flow chart of like if it was a textbook where you had key words and like where you were going to find the keywords afterwards in bold, and then you were looking for some sort of
I did that months ago, and then I realized I had to have a shared lexicon of meaning, and then I did the shared lexicon of meaning, and now I'm redoing that, and I actually have that in a list of stuff in different domains, at least. Not quite a list of definitions, but like a list of sections for it.
And then, I mean, and then when it's clear, like in your own mind, to express to the reader the journey you're taking on, where they're starting, where you expect them to be starting, and where you're taking them, where where after they've read your essay where they should be, and your writing should more clear in the in the path that all steps through it. And so it's unclear how far away you are from that. I mean, it's possible you're not that far. That's what it says, like if you're making intangible progress, eventually you'll hopefully you'll pass the threshold where your intangible progress will become tangible. So I mean, at this point, it's basically tough to tell because like I mean, I hope you're making progress. It looks like you're making some progress, but is it reaching some sort of threshold where all of a sudden you're going to have
One
like,
way that I judge my progress is like I can explain some metaphors way faster and better than I used to be able to, and I can prioritize metaphors in terms of their physical importance better. I know that's not very interesting probably for you, but that does come into the book because one of the sections in it, I did want to make a list of maybe not every last paradox, but at least types of paradoxes.
I've been back to coaching chess, and like this Friday I sat literally for like an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours, just the basic drill, like mating with a king and queen, mating with a king and rook, mating with two rooks versus a king, mating with a king and two bishops. And I sat with this like one young girl, and she didn't know how to do it, but I mean, like I let her try to figure it out for like literally like half an hour. Just sitting there letting her try to
really
figure it
nice
out.
Of you.
And I gave her some hints, but I'm saying like a progression to if you could mate with a king and queen versus a king.
What does mate mean? Sorry, I'm confused.
The checkmate is like where the king.
Got you. I thought it was something like. I'm sorry, I was thinking of checkers. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean the most essential like training drill. I mean, when you start the game, you have 16 pieces, like this 8 pawns, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, 2 knights, a king and queen. But if you take all the pieces off the board, and one side just has a king and queen and the other a king, that's the most simple checkmate. And so just for training people at the very beginning when they first learn the game, that's like a known training method is to teach them how to mate with a king and queen, and then you mate with just a king and rook, or king and 2 bishops, or 2 rooks versus a king. And so there's levels of mastery. One is can you do it once, and then can you do it again, can you do it, repetitively? Like, okay, like, they made it, to mate with a king and queen, there's usually like a process. First, you have to force the king to the side of the board. Then you have to bring over your king in opposition, and finally deliver checkmate. And so, a lot of times people will fool around. They won't make progress. I mean, fool around, but won't they won't make progress. They won't get the king towards the side of the board, or they might get the king to the side of the board and then let the king out, and then the king's back in the center. And so, like a tangible progress first is, can they do it once, even if they waste a whole bunch of moves, and try. So objectively, there's many different moves that do it, and to mate with a king and queen, you should be able to do it in like 10 moves. And by saying the level of mastery is okay, can they do it once, even if it takes them like 100 moves, and they mess up and they try a whole bunch of things, but they get it once? And then can they get it every single time? And then can they get it every single time without wasting moves, doing it in the most efficient manner? So from training chess, it's a known, tried method. And like, so I do it as a volunteer activity. And, if a kid gets through the mating with a king and queen, and especially to the point where they could do it every time efficiently without wasting moves, they're on to becoming a reasonably good chess player. So, and just giving that as a parallel possibly to writing, to, knowing what you're doing, being able to do it every time, and then doing it the most efficiently. So, like in your writing, like the extra words, like, forget what you were writing, where you say like,
well, the question of whether I had to include the word metaphysical.
Well, I'm saying something like, I propose panpsychism specifically.
Okay, I agree. You don't have to keep beating that dead horse. I get it.
No, it's not being a dead horse. It's just a point of wasted words. It wasn't efficient. There was no reason to say that, and in any of your sentences, we're just, and it's like, no, you do have to keep on beating it, and that's the point about. That is the point about every single time you use unnecessary words, it's an editing error that has to be fixed until you stop doing it and it doesn't have to be edited out. And that was the parallel I was giving to, okay, you could mate with a king and queen, but you're still wasting a whole bunch of extra moves. So you haven't mastered it till you could do it every time without wasting moves. And you're writing in the similar way, that there's a level where certain things have to be edited every time till you stop doing it. And at a certain, your writing could always be better. There might always be, like an editor is going to find words that you could cut out, but a lot of them are going to be in just like, okay, like you got rid of the passive voice, thank God, so that wasn't a problem, the passive voice, but still probably like 2/3 of your sentences are run-on sentences. You could probably go through your essay and cut 2/3 of your sentences in half and just turn one of the commas into a period.
Absolutely.
And so saying, if I was editing your paper, like,
I don't even think it's good enough to edit. I'm just wondering, in terms of a structural foundation, are you cool with like starting with this critique and then leading into the theory? Does that make sense? Because I don't want the critique to drag on forever, but
well, no, I'm saying that's why you like public speaking, writing are skills you have to work on. If you have good ideas, so that's why I said I could be a skeptic. Like most people are skeptics. They don't think you actually have anything. And it's not that the problem is you don't know how to write or publicly speak. It's that you have nothing. So like if Doooovid is your friend, your believer, you're saying like, no, I think you have something. The problem is you don't know how to write or speak. If you knew how to write or speak, then you would be able to express what you have, as opposed to like the Claire level skeptic that and even not just Claire, like most people are skeptics. They're saying like, no, the problem is that you don't know how to write. The problem is that you got nothing, and even if you knew how to write, you would have nothing. So if Doovid believes you have something, and the problem is you don't know how to write, so you're trying to help you with your writing, and then if your writing improves, then you'll be able to show that you have something and convey it to other people. And the public speaking, streaming, like your memes, your diagrams. So I mean, I think it's and obviously we've talked hundreds of hours, we stream, but that's what I say. Like that's intangible to the extent, like, do you have something or do you not? And at this point, it's intangible. And so if you perfected your writing, and then God forbid, it turns out you don't have anything. It wasn't that you didn't know how to write; is that you just didn't have anything.
Or a bunch of people who thought their opinions about supreme consciousness mattered, and they decided to voice them.
Well, no, it's you who has an opinion on this issue, and it's most people who think you got nothing.
I don't think most people really have an opinion. And an elevator pitch plus executive summary could help convincing people. Interesting.
Well, I think just basic writing and speaking skills. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, maybe you have something.
I don't have any speaking skills to
it's not just your lack of writing and speaking skills. Your idea is not fully developed. You have something, but it's not fully developed. But it's something that could be developed. But
it's being developed through a series of conversations with the public to understand
you need help
how
developing
they use terms. Yeah,
and you can't even be help developing it until you could communicate it. In order to communicate it, you have to work on your speaking and writing skills. Most specifically your writing skills, because the complication of your idea is more conducive to writing. So, like, in all likelihood, you have something. It's not fully developed, and you're going to have to continue to work on your writing skills in order to continue developing your ideas.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think the fact that the ideas are more developed is a tangible sign of progress.
No, it's intangible.
To me, it's tangible, but I guess to you, it's intangible. Okay.
No, because how to develop your ideas is intangible.
Well, I have
it'll be tangible when it's
version
done.
of the problem with physics.
No, I'm saying it's only tangible when it's done.
All right.
So I mean, like, if you till you're done, till you have something and it's there, it's intangible. Like, you could keep on developing it, but if it doesn't reach completion, it basically meaningless. And like, it might have been intangible progress, but like tangible, you're never going to publish a paper. If it's not developed, it has to be developed to completion to publish a paper.
And it's just a question of what does that mean? Because one could imagine it would get quite long. Such an explanation would get quite long.
Well, that's why as your idea develops, you could break it into components. Like Doovid works under one of the most famous chess coaches in the world, Sunil Wardamantri, stepfather of Hakura Nakamura, number 2 chess player in the world, or like top 5 chess player in the world. I have his method he calls it demystifying chess, And he does it by breaking it down into components, because like, oh, like, what makes you so good at chess? It's like, it's esoteric, it's mystical. It's like, no, it's not mystical. You could break it down into components, and you could train those components, and you could give a relative ranking to the value of the components, or how good you'll be towards the totality from mastering each one of these components. So as you develop your idea, you'll have more clarity about the components of your idea, such that you could write an essay about the component, and in the introduction and conclusion, explain how the component fits into some larger picture. So that will be a tangible aspect of the development. So you say, what's your idea in totality? What are the components? And then to give over a component where a person, okay, I got this component, and I have some picture of the complete picture from which this component is going to go into. And so, God forbid, you say, well, maybe you have no tangibles now. And maybe at some point you'll have a few tangibles where you don't have your book, you don't have your textbook, but you have a component, a standalone essay that has some component of useful knowledge that is also a piece and component towards the larger picture that you were able to give off as a standalone essay component. Which was what I was trying to attempt to do with my multiple truth hypothesis. Tangible components, where a standalone essay on a topic that was useful standalone and had hints towards it being a component towards something larger, specifically the multiple truth hypothesis, cognitive dissonance, critical theory, self formation, chunking theory, analysis trees, all standalone components that could be read and appreciated alone. But also, if you've read multiple of my essays, where hopefully you're starting to piece together there is some bigger picture there, but they're individual components that are worthwhile in and of themselves. So, I mean, that's probably what you should aim for in your writing, is these component tangibles, standalone pieces. And you could try it like dualism, panpsychism, fundamental problem of observation in physics that has foreshadowing of the bigger picture of what you're trying to do in it. And then you would have tangibles. But I mean, God forbid, at this point, it's unclear whether you have any tangibles yet.
Tangibles being a paper that makes
Yes,
its point
standalone,
perfectly. Standalone.
useful idea, tangible.
Sure. Yeah.
Like Doooovid, I have a tangible, standalone essay on chunking theory, on analysis trees, on critical theory, on cognitive dissonance. It's tangible. And you say, well, all you did was write a book report on cognitive dissonance. Maybe. But I have a tangible, I have an essay on a reasonable, standalone, tangible essay on cognitive dissonance that gives hints towards the multiple truth hypothesis that you could read. Okay, well, it's a decent book report overview on cognitive dissonance, and you mention your multiple truth hypothesis a few times on how the understanding cognitive dissonance might be leading into this bigger picture of your idea. um, but all of those are tangibles. And so you're looking, do you have any tangibles at this point?
What is a tangible and multiple truth hypothesis exactly? That you referenced it in another essay? Like, so it's a question of how I should be referencing my theory.
A component.
A component of
I
my
said I have a
theory.
tangible. I have an essay on cognitive dissonance. that standalone value of its own, where a relatively thorough overview, research, definition, everything's clearly defined in research on cognitive dissonance, critical theory, analysis trees, so on. I probably, good. I mean, I wrote 12 essays, but I'd say like a good 6, 7 of them are standalone tangibles that reference the multiple truth hypothesis, but are standalone essays, components that are useful in and of itself. So if you
How
do
many
have
of your essays did you reference the multiple truth hypothesis in? I mean, like a minor reference, saying I will develop the idea.
Well, cognitive dissonance, critical theory in the Frankfurt School, Kotov's chess candidate moves and analysis trees, memory techniques and chunking theory, psychological theories of self and identity formations. I have my essay, The Origins and Basics of the Multiple Truth Hypothesis. And I think in the HIMSA, I'm not sure if I mentioned the HIMSA principle or 3D printing or mystical approaches to the meaning of chess, the hero's journey, music and chanting. But I mean, definitely in cognitive dissonance, critical theory in the Frankfurt School, Kotov's chess candidate moves and analysis trees. So these are all components. So say, okay, I didn't come up with like candidate moves and analysis trees. It's just like a book report on a topic, but I mention it. I mention
Sure.
The bigger framing of my ideas in my essays.
Are you suggesting my essays should also be like this? Just wondering.
Well, I'm saying at that point, I'll call it a tangible.
Well, what does that mean? I mean, you didn't say anything. You just said.
Well, I was making the difference.
Made reference to it. Okay, great. You made reference to it. Okay, okay, that's good. References are good.
It's a component.
Sure.
That I have a bigger picture that has components, and the components are standalone. That's why it's a tangible.
Okay. Standalone components in non-dualism. Weren't you just talking about a self-contradiction earlier?
I'm not making. I'm a dualist. I'm not making standalone components in non-dualism.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That concept is kind of self-refuting. So
I'm saying you could have a standalone component, meaning an essay on non-dualism, on panpsychism, because all your essays, like you basically, almost all of your essays, you try to do everything in all your essays, and you end up doing nothing. God forbid. Like basically every single one of your essays, you try to do everything and end up doing nothing.
So it's not. So I should do an essay on non-dualism, just like and then one part in it say, "Oh, it relates to."
I'm telling you what you should do. I'm just saying why you have no tangibles.
Oh, this relates to my theory because it's based on non-dualism. And then have another thing about panpsychism.
Well, and that would be something tangible. So you say, okay, well, here is something that makes sense, where instead of like, God forbid, everything you write, nothing makes sense, where you actually wrote something that makes sense. And has some sort of path towards, okay, I understood this, and through understanding this, I have a little bit more comprehension towards the greater picture idea that you're talking about moving towards, like the journey where you're taking me. Because you said something that makes sense, as opposed to, I mean, God forbid, like I said, like you try to do everything in all of your essays and end up doing nothing, and then people read your essays and like, well, it didn't make any sense to me. So if you just write an essay that made sense, you could, like a component where you successfully expressed at least one component, then that
Oh,
would be tangible progress. And so that's why I said, like, maybe you're making intangible progress, but I don't know because it's intangible progress.
well, I can express the problem in physics better. So, in math and physics better. So,
Yeah, any of those, like just
that's
an essay
progress.
on any single component would be tangible progress. But when you write an essay that tries to do all of them and does none of them, it's still intangible progress.
So, I should just maybe focus on the problems in physics.
But you just pick one and do it.
Just do an essay on the problems in physics with a minor
Without
reference to my theory in it.
Yeah, but without like claiming that you have the answer, without you could have a small reference to the hint that maybe you have some insight that will help understand this better. But you just an essay laying out the problem. The
Yeah,
introduction could that you could make hints towards your theoretical ideas to solve it, or different framing. But no, the essay is not about your solution. It's just about a tangible laying out of the problem. And then this would be, just one component that eventually, if you successfully achieve that component, you're definitely a step, a tangible step closer towards your bigger goal.
great.
So I said, like in your essay, you tried to do a bunch of things and you weren't really successful at any of them. God forbid. So if you just tried to do
The way
one of
I
those components,
understand that is the information density was too high.
yeah, so it's unclear, like, whether I gained anything from your essay. You said a bunch of things, and I'm not sure about any of them. As opposed to if you just wrote an essay on like the problems in the metaphysical framing problems in physics, where maybe could have read that essay. Oh, get a great essay.
If the essay was just the metaphysical problems in physics.
Yeah, if it was comprehensible,
Okay.
where like your average reader would read it, be like, yeah, okay, yeah, okay, now I understood what you said.
Yeah, I guess just the calculus bit is
And
pretty
don't try to do everything in the
abstract.
essay. Just focus on successfully doing the one thing. I mean, I don't know. We kept on changing his name. I don't even know his name. What to
Who are you
call him?
thinking of?
Um, Mr. White Male or whatever.
Is he in the
Oh,
chat? I think he changed it to misaligned agent.
yeah, I mean, I didn't see him tonight, but I mean, he's a coder, programmer. So, code programming also. I forget um, the term, not modules or components, but I mean, you break the code into components. You get a component that's working, and then then you have to configure to get the components working together. But I mean, it's just a basic strategy like engineering drawings. Um, uh, you know, uh, it's a basic strategy that for anything, breaking into components, successfully completing one component.
Yeah, that makes total sense. My issue has always just been like which component, but now that we've got it narrowed down to
It doesn't
the
matter. You just pick
problem,
one.
the problem,
I mean,
some
that's
of
why I
them are
started my
really
writing.
hard to talk about individually. Okay, so but this one is possible.
You get problem in physics. What is non-dualism? Panpsychism, and then just stick to clearly the one topic at hand. And then if there's more complicated things that need reference future essays, and then so your first essay, everything else besides the topic will be referenced to things you're going to come back to in future essays. And as you write more essays, then you won't reference future essays, you'll reference other essays that you've already written.
That'll be a good
But in
day.
your first essay, whatever you choose, if it's non-dualism, panpsychism, the problem in physics, the metaphysical framing of physics, um, you'll reference the other topics for things you're going to write about in the future.
Yeah, it's a bit
And saying
hard to know where
for
to
the
start.
sake of understanding this component, you could leave it at this, wherever it is, like just to understand this component, like it's going to, future essays will go more into detail, but for the sake of this component, this will suffice to have a basic understanding of this component. So like panpsychism really necessitates a whole essay on, but for the sake of this essay, you will understand panpsychism to be this simplistic form. And that will probably even help you in your future writing, because you'll have foreshadowed your future writing in your, that you like your first essay, specifically will probably foreshadow your future essays. And then because your first essay is foreshadowed your future essays, they'll be easier to write.
Yep. Another thing I had progress on was that the model is to describe substance or substrate independent motion. So there's various models for motion that don't actually have a physical substance, that are just substance independent. I've got that on the thing right now, but so that's something I have not developed as much as I could, because yeah, I guess I suck at it, and it just takes a really long time to progress through all the different models and what I'm going to use them for. Because I have to argue for like, why do I want to redefine math, basically? And for like, well, that's obviously complicated. Like, how complicated do I need to make that argument to not fully redefine math, but like approach math as having variable numbers of axioms and not being constrained to any number system, except obviously 3 plus 1. So that's stuff that I'm going to have to like really think through how to present that. So I feel a little bit of progress, because now it's just a matter of like explaining why the math and the physics don't line up. And I've had that idea for a really long time. And I've just gone through different ways of expressing it, and they've never been complete. So it kind of feels like I'm getting towards like a complete approach now. So it's just really a matter of breaking it down. Like, do you agree that, because like, I don't know what you mean when you say I'm trying to be all things to all people, but I feel like it's kind of what you're saying is that I'm putting too much information in too few words? And there's no connection between the individual pieces of information?
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to accomplish too much, and you end up accomplishing nothing.
Right. So it's got to be broken down into steps. And the first step is explaining the problems with physics. And the argument I have to make is on the level of mathematics, specifically calculus. So I got to figure out how to express that.
And that doesn't necessitate your own theory or your own solution. So,
how do you know that?
I'm saying for that essay that you're just for the future, that will be the why for your future essays. But I mean, the first essay doesn't have to be any of your own ideas. It's the problems as you see it with the current paradigm, and then that will move in to be the why for the various things that are necessary for so to say your solution or your new paradigm, if your new paradigm is made up of other components. But yeah, that's probably makes most sense to start with the problems that you see with the current paradigm.
Maybe it would be better just to focus on that one problem.
Yeah, even just the problem. I mean, just to make some sort of tangible progress where you have one essay that makes
maybe
sense.
I could say something like we're close to a complete solution to the problem of consciousness, but there's something that's preventing us on the level of math, and just have to correct it and they'll be good.
Well, and the point is to have one essay that you could write that most people will read and it makes sense.
Yeah.
And so you could understand, at least like, are you capable of doing that? Writing something that most people will read and make sense.
Yeah. Can the hard problem of consciousness make sense? Sort of an open question. Could I talk about that? Like the intelligibility of the hard problem of consciousness?
You could write about anything you want, but I think, most people like read David Chalmers and it makes sense what he's saying.
And what is he saying? That consciousness doesn't exist?
Well, no, he's the framer of the term the hard problem of consciousness.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he's a philosopher, but Department of Philosophy. But I'm saying, you mentioned the hard problem of consciousness. I was saying that yeah, I think most people. I mean, he's got his own ideas, and they might disagree with his ideas, but I'm saying that he's definitely a writer who's written many things that make sense to most people. And they could differentiate between his hypothesizing and his writing that so to say is non-controversial, and that your average person could read and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense, thanks. And they could differentiate it, like, as where you can't differentiate your hypothesizing to you're just writing something that makes sense. So that if you're writing something that may not be self-evident or make sense to your reader, that you'll be able to frame it.
And David Chalmers has framed it, the hard problem of consciousness.
That's his expression. The hard problem of consciousness comes from David Chalmers.
And it's not solved.
Well, it's his expression, the terminology.
Right. But it's not believed to be solved.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he calls it. I mean, he has the...
So there's a commentary as to whether it's solvable, right? Like, does it even make sense to talk about solving the hard problem of consciousness?
That's the purpose of his terminology. Also has the easy problems.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying, is it worth writing about the hypothetical answerability of the hard problem of consciousness?
I mean, for you,
Yeah, because I was thinking I could
I mean,
link it
just as
in.
an exercise, you're saying you have something new, unique to say about it.
Both, but more on the first one as an exercise as to whether, in its own terms, it's solvable.
I mean, you're going to do a book report on David Chalmers. I mean, go for it. I'm sure what you're saying.
He's not the originator of the problem. He's summarizing a problem. I like that terminology.
He's the originator of the terminology, the hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah, not the concept. So I'm asking, does it make sense to think about solving it
if you
as a
pop up my
concept?
essay on the Science of Consciousness conference, David Chalmers was a speaker at one of the first conferences in the 90s, like 1995 or whenever. I mean, I wrote in my essay the history of the Science of Consciousness conference, where the first year or two he had just local professors from Arizona. In the first year he had a major conference, David Chalmers was one of the speakers.
Okay.
But I'm saying if you're just a purveyor of useful, I'll call non-controversial, like factual information.
Well, factual information can be controversial sometimes.
Well, I'm saying that if it's controversial, that you're explaining that it's controversial, because it's like your own, everything you do includes your own like hypothetical self-promotion to your supposed answers to these questions.
Everything I do.
Well, basically,
thanks. That's high praise, but that's going a bit far, I think.
Well, I'm saying you insert your own stuff into, as opposed to just like, non-controversial, like a book report where you're not talking about yourself or your own theories. You're just trying to accurately give over some sort of information. So like if you're writing about the history of the Science of Consciousness conference, it doesn't include you. Like my essay includes like, well, I heard about it, but it doesn't include me or my stuff. It's just about the Science of Consciousness conference. So that's what wasn't what I mentioned, like a tangible. If you want to do something just to work on your writing, maybe it's a component. Like you want to write an essay on the hard problem of consciousness, that will be a tangible component as a lead-in to help you if you're writing, to write about your own stuff, to frame it. Like I said, like you're like we propose panpsychism. Like, no, you are not proposing panpsychism. Panpsychism was already proposed. You did not propose panpsychism. It was proposed long before you. The panpsychism does not need your help proposing it.
Gee, I hadn't thought of that. So yeah, I think it does make sense to write about whether it makes sense to answer the hard problem of consciousness. How far can we answer it?
All these things, of course, it makes sense. You can write about any topic. I mean, then you get into like, who's your audience? What are you doing it for? But
the audience doesn't exist yet because the writing's not done yet. So it's more on the level of my own / adjacent understanding that everything just lines up perfectly.
Yeah, so I'm saying maybe there's audience for a book report on the hard problem of consciousness, the Science of Consciousness conference. Like, okay, I found an audience for, on the chess server at least, for some of my book reports on these topics. Maybe I'll be able to find an independent audience on my blog. And the question, do I have something? Is the multiple truth hypothesis something? Do I actually have something? Versus like doing book reports on other topics.
Yeah, you're wondering if you have something. To me, it feels like I already have something. It's just really hard to articulate it. So kind of coming from that direction. Yeah, I think this has been super useful, especially like with the idea of at least going into that to some extent. I mean, it's really obscure mathematical problems in physics. It may just not be understandable no matter how much I simplify it, but I can see how I could, present it in a simpler way. I guess I got a little discouraged too because you said it wasn't obvious, my logic about math being metaphysical. And like that didn't make sense. Of like, how can I make that make sense?
It might not make sense. So I mean, you could just be wrong.
Math? Well, do we use math to understand physics?
Well, yeah, I mean, you think it through, or say, like, if it's a piece of some bigger puzzle, or if you're trying to do a book report on something, it's like, well, are you accurate? Did you do your homework? Is your homework right? And like,
So, given that you don't agree, can you see what the argument is?
No, I mean, God forbid, like, I usually can't really see what the argument is in like any of your writing.
So you don't understand the idea that your beliefs about math could affect your beliefs about physics?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I understand these concepts. We talked about it 100 times. I was saying,
so
like,
that's the argument.
If you have some sort of conception, like where you make some sort of claim, like you're proposing like your own theory, your own understanding, or you're doing a book reported on well understood phenomenon, and you're almost always unclear about these things. So it's a
Well, right now I'm trying to think about how to put together an essay based on your understanding, and it kind of seems like you have like a disagreement on the paradigm level with even understanding in theory the notion that math is metaphysical.
I don't have any problem understanding that. I was saying, if you're what you're talking about, what you're saying, if you're just talking about like a book report on well established
No, I'm making an argument.
philosophy,
I'm
or
making an
you're
argument to reframe physics in a way that makes it correct.
yes, I mean, I can say like, no, I'm not sure I understand anything you're talking about. I think I have a general understanding of the subject. I don't necessarily have any of my own theories. Maybe I use multiple truth hypothesis to understand it. And no, I'm not sure. Like, if someone asked me, like, well, what's Jennifer's theory on this? And like, I don't know.
The idea is that if you believe in
I mean,
straight
like, what's their
lines,
argument?
then
Like,
your
I'm
mind
not sure I even
will
know.
your mind will change as a result of your beliefs. So if you believe in straight lines, your mind will change in accordance with believing in straight lines. That's sort of what I'm trying to say. With the math being metaphysical, but I thought the math being metaphysical was more obvious than actually having to spell it out. That visualizing straight lines changes the way you think. And I suppose the other presumption is that one is thinking about the objects of mathematics when one is engaged in their computation. So I guess ought we suppose that our understanding of math alters our perception of reality or not? I'm going with yes, because math does actually say something about physics. And you're saying you haven't established that. And I'm saying, okay, well, how would I make that argument exactly?
Yeah, I mean, so if you just want to write an introductory book on like math and essay and math and metaphysics, go for it. Like, whether you actually have some sort of like new special insight on math and metaphysics, like, I'm not sure.
This isn't about that. This is about whether the concept that math is metaphysical is itself coherent. And you're kind of like, I'm not sure. Because if you don't understand the concept just by talking about it, writing about it seems pointless, because how's that going to change anything? It's just going to be even more complicated to write it out.
Well, I'm saying everything is metaphysical.
Yeah, I agree. So
you want to talk about the metaphysical framing of math? I mean, it's like, I mean, I don't know what we're talking about. We're just going in circles. I mean, because you mentioned a bunch of things in your essay, and you're talking about like possible things you could write about. Like, yeah,
the argument is that the math on the metaphysical level has an error, that when it's applied to physics on the instrumental level to interpret measurement, it causes incorrect interpretations of data.
That's your argument?
That's part of it, but I could conceivably reframe it if it was not something that I thought people would understand. Like, there's another argument where it's basically derived from the least action principle, and then saying like, well, least action principle is the most fundamental thing, so we should reframe the least action principle so that it actually
make sure you
describes
understand it.
all of mathematics.
So I mean, that's
Sorry?
just your due diligence for any of your writing to explain the current state of knowledge and how you're adding what you're saying that's unique and different. And so, that's just your due diligence that you, to some extent, you refuse to do, and it makes your writing, unintelligible.
Which is
'Cause
why
you
I'm
didn't do
asking
your
you
due
whether the
diligence.
concept. Which is why I'm asking you whether the concepts make sense, because it just seems like you take issue with every possible concept. So I'm just waiting for which concept you don't take issue with.
Well, I'm not sure I take issue. I'm just saying that you're, like, I mean, you're making claims that I guess are borderline preposterous.
I have no clue what you're talking about. Like, what's preposterous exactly? I don't know what I said.
What your claim that you have some like solution to the fundamental metaphysical framing of mathematics?
Well, yeah.
But well, I do. I do though.
So I don't know why you got to do that.
Well, I was saying that. I mean, it's because
So you're kind of just dishonoring yourself to talk like that. Like, why?
Well, I'm just saying that's how it appears. Like it just.
So what does your impression of facts matter then here? So, like, can't we focus on?
Well, I mean, that's your
content?
claim. Like, I mean, saying it's like, oh, by the way, I have a solution to the fundamental problems of the metaphysical framing of mathematics. Do you understand?
Only the material one. Only the material one. Because, I mean, by my own doctrines, like, an actual mental one doesn't exist because of non-dualism. So, I mean, the assertion being made is a little bit complicated, but.
Yeah, I mean, so you've been saying this kind of stuff for a few years, but still have no tangibles.
Well, I consider them tangibles. You don't.
That means that they're tangible. That when it's tangible, like you don't consider things tangible. You have tangibles.
What my indications for success are.
I consider myself to have.
I consider myself to be reaching my own goals, and I agree that I haven't reached your goals, but your goals are longer term than my goal.
Tangible goals.
Yeah.
Like tangible wealth and intangible wealth. I consider myself to be tangibly wealthy, but tangibly wealthy means, well, then where's your money? I consider myself to, like these are that you're making these claims to these knowledge theoretical claims, but tangibly you have not done anything to demonstrate it besides make the claim again. Yes, it's been a few years you've been making these claims. And right now, provide me any tangibles.
Tangibles of it's like you've inserted your own presupposed mastery of the topic in there for no reason. You've presupposed that you know what, you know what I mean? It's like,
I haven't presupposed anything
Yeah.
besides that you've been making claims of some unique special knowledge solution, but you have no tangible progress towards it besides your repetition of your claim.
okay. What I need to do is just express it like a good theory. There's only one law,
Yeah, so just
and that's parsimonious.
Keep on repeating yourself and keep on asserting the claim again and again is I don't see it's not helping me. I don't think it's helping you. You so work on tangibles.
Right. So we're going in circles with what are the tangibles. So whose judgment of the tangibles matters?
Well, I'm saying that theoretically they're tangibles because they're objective. It's not open to judgment.
Yeah. So to me, having it reduced to 5 observables, that's tangible progress.
That's why but I mean, there's still, you could make like an internal.
That's significant for me. 5 observables. And
well, maybe for you, but it's not tangible to other people.
Well, I don't know if it is or not. You're saying it's not, but I'm saying, yeah, having only 5 observables reduced from a huge number of incomprehensible stuff, that's good. That's something. Maybe it's not fully expressed in all that it could be, but the benefit is clear. It's just a matter of how to express it. So you're denying the quantum periodic table as anything. You're denying non-dualist logic as being worth anything. You're denying the complement of the hyperbolic figure 8 naught as being worth anything.
Well,
those are all tangible markers of progress in my own development.
Only tangible.
In my own development. And I'll fully admit that I'm no author. I'm not good at it. And I'm way more focused on logical explanations based on people's pre-existing understanding, which will eventually get me to the writing thing, I think. But
yeah, the quantum periodic table is probably
to deny it is just obviously grasping at straws. So it's like, what are you going to say to that? Like, okay, there's trouble to express. I'm having trouble expressing it.
Well,
to be a skeptic like that, all that does is show that you're not trying to understand it.
Quantum periodic table is like really your only tangible.
What about 3 + 1 being connected to the quantum periodic table and the complement of the hyperbolic figure 8 naught?
Yeah,
so
but
the fact that you don't understand why it's important doesn't mean it's not important.
But I'm saying
so
those aren't
it gets annoying where it's like you keep interceding in the flow of information to set yourself up as an unannounced authority of judgment on consciousness that you haven't established.
But they're not tangible. I didn't need you for that.
It is the thing is those are tangible because I just listed them. They're perfectly tangible. They're just not written about in an essay format.
Yeah, but I mean they're not yours. Like I didn't need you to hear about like 3 + 1. In the quantum, the inverse hyperbolic knot or something that maybe I heard about it from you, but I mean, that's not your tangible, it's someone else's. It's where the quantum periodic table.
My explanation of it as being another superposition is mine. My physically interpreting it. That's my interpretation, yes. It's not his. Mine.
Yeah, but I mean, but that is still an intangible.
It's non-dual, and then the periodic table is dual. And to have a dualistic and a non-dualistic format of matter That's basically all I need. So yeah, it may take me 10 years to be able to write about it and eventually get it to make full sense, but you're sort of missing the point here. You're not
Yeah,
gonna,
it's kind of like worthless arguing.
well, I'm just inviting you to question why you think you're an expert on consciousness.
I didn't claim to be. I mean, I say because I've studied the topic for years.
Exactly. You've studied the topic for years. You believe you can learn about consciousness from a book. You've made the biggest rookie mistake in the world, and you still don't realize it. So it's like, what am I supposed to say to that?
But I don't have a claim that consciousness.
Well, you think you can trump my opinions on consciousness.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'm just having a bit of a, yeah. It's not silly. It's the crux of our problems here. You need to face that fact. You're not an expert on consciousness. I am. And you need to just move forward with what are you going to do with that? I'm trying my hardest to explain this stuff. I'm not willfully holding anything back. It's just hard to explain consciousness. Please take that on board. You can read a million books, does not confer any expertise on consciousness. If anything, it makes it worse to understand them. So the conversation, I think, would go a lot better if you would take that on board. I guess it's like a benefit of the doubt. So I don't know, you're still there. So I guess if you want to wrap up, I'll probably just like maybe talk to Anders in the chat for a minute, unless you want to say anything else.
No, okay. God bless. Have a great week.
Talk to you soon. You can believe it. My dad wanted to give an opinion on evolution. It's like, guess what? Don't give a fuck. You read something 2 seconds in a goddamn article. I'm like waiting, decades to give a carefully crafted opinion. No, I don't actually give a shit to hear you repeat, no matter how good your memorization is. Propaganda talking points. Not saying that that's what Doooovid's doing. It's just like, obviously, your presuppositions determine where you go. So if you're never like giving a shit that your logic leads to something incongruous with expectation, you get a lot farther. But you can't get past that. It's just like, well, my expectations about things should line up with reality. It's like, okay, why? When there's clearly there's such an edge to like just saying, not that subjectivity is worth nothing, because memories and emotions are connected. So you have to kind of feel something to benefit from that anyway. So I saw you mention neutral monism, and I was kind of thinking about like, what is the point of having this? To me, it kind of sounds like a third category where you have something and then, these two sides of it or whatever that's supposed to mean are the mental and the physical. So I guess it's another argument about parsimony. It's like, okay, that doesn't quite make it through my filters because this neutral monism thing wouldn't be distinguishable from the mind. Because in my concept, the mind is a universal entity. It's an ordering principle. It only exists on the level of the universe. So from, I guess I would put it to the neutral monist, like, how do you distinguish? And there is no distinguishing because, if it was, then it would be science, not philosophy, like not really, but it's down to definition what the distinctions are. And even something with matter and mind, which you think no matter what your definition was, that it would be so easy to just divide it up.